Welcome to live coverage of the AJGA Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance at the Bellefonte Country Club in Ashland, Kentucky. After a record-setting Day 2 of the 2026 AJGA Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance, 18 holes awaits a champion. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Bellefonte Country Club and final round coverage of the 2025 Bluegrass Junior. Records fell yesterday as we had a tie for the all-time low round of 8 under par on the boys' side with Grayho Fang, and he'll be in the final group with Brady Faulkner and Seth Barker. And yesterday it was Brady Faulkner, a 66 that got him to 11 under par, which ties for the round of lowest 36-hole total. So it's a final round for the boys that just nearly runs away from the field. Faulkner sits at 11 under par. Fang is one stroke back at 10, and Seth Barker is at 9. To get to fourth, you have to go 6 strokes back of Waylon Klutz at 3 under. So with our boys and girls out on the golf course, our ladies champion group will tee off at 10-10. That is Meadow Tien, Jody Hahn, and Cindy Yon. On the girls' side of the leaderboard, Tien leads at -2. She leads Jody Hahn, which, by the way, is her best friend, by 1 stroke. Both go under par, 3 under yesterday, 67. And they have a sizable lead over third place with Cindy Yon, who sits at 3 over after a 2 under 68 yesterday. Only 4 ladies went under par, as Aubrey Yang at 4 over par shot a 3 under 67 yesterday. And that was the only red figures that we saw in the second round. It was a much different round yesterday, as we had high winds, more sun, high heat, and the golf course really protected itself very nicely. And we talked with several of the players yesterday throughout the event, and that was something that they talked about, was the ability to have to learn how to protect the shots that they wanted to play. Because of the golf course just simply not wanting to give anything up. And that was not unexpected. So, all right, we go out to our ladies. This is out on hole number 1, the first par 5 of the day that the girls will face. 2 par 5s in the golf course, one at 1 and 1 at 10. This, I believe, is our 9-10 group, which they did not send me pictures for. So, yeah, this would be our 9-10 group. So this is Jinqing Wang, Ellie Gonzalez-Ribble, and Catherine Shia. Okay, we go back to hole 11 now. This is par 4, drivable par 4 for the boys. Blanketed in sunshine this morning. Only 284 yards, 286, that plays for the boys. As, again, an elevated tee shot that comes down and then back up the hill. It narrows in, and you have a bunker that really protects that front edge. And we will see that bunker several times today. This is our first boys group, I believe. That was Dylan Phillips. All right, let's go to the 10th. Par 5, second par 5 of the golf course. Hole 10 measuring 474 yards for the boys. Very gettable in 2. Take a flyover of 10 here as we get going with our groups out on the golf course. Tree line on both sides. As you go down the right side, you will have that collection bunker over to the right. Green narrows in there between the 2 trees. That's typically where most of the shots will collect. Then the 2 bunkers up at the green, one right, one left. Today we'll play 14 paces on 4 off of the left side in the final round. This is out at hole number 4. This is Warweight Jompong. Hole 4, 353 yards. Back to hole 11 now. This is Bo Kim, Carson Long, and Dylan Phillips pairing. Kim in the blue. Phillips wearing the black hat and the salmon-colored shirt. And then we've got one other golfer that's not in the screen with us. So first, Bo Kim. Lengthy putt. Leaves it just a little bit short. Hole 11 today, 11 paces on, 7 from the right. Again, a high risk, high reward hole that eagle is not out of play, but you can also bring in big numbers of 6 and 7 with balls out of bounds or putting yourself in positions. Yesterday we saw the left bunker. Several players go in, and as they came out, they airmailed the green and had to chip back up. Just misses off the edge there on the putt. That was from Carson Long. All right, Dylan Phillips now. Phillips 7 over par. Just off the edge. It's something that the greens they have sped up tremendously since Wednesday. The boys went out first on Wednesday, and everybody played Wednesday under lift, clean, and replace rules. And the course saw 19 boys go in red figures. Yesterday, not so much, as we had on the boys' side yesterday. The top 4 were in red. Lane Crotch shot a 69 1 under, and that was the only red. Nope, excuse me. One other was 69 down in the tie for 28th of Armand Osterman. Out to hole 3, one in there nice and tight. Hole 3 will play tough today. 11 on 5 from the left. There's a couple of bunkers over on that left-hand side. One that has a significant slope. As it'll start back in the back corner there. 3 bunkers, those 2 to the left that first come in. The small pot bunker in the back usually doesn't come into play. The one between the pot bunker and the one on the left, that's the one that plays most on that hole. All right, so our group from 11 up to number 12 now. That'll be the second par 3. Or excuse me, their first par 3 on the back 9. 12 and 15 will be their par 3s. Had an ace yesterday at 15. Nearly had one over at 3, and we've got one in tied at 3 at the moment as well. All right, over to hole 1 now. And this is our 920 group, and this is Rima Van Katesh out of Marietta, Georgia. Venkatesh from the bunker. Nice splash from there, and she'll have that left for a sand save at 1. Rima Van Katesh, 10 over par. Playing in the group with Lois Lee and Xiao Yahe. That is Lois Lee there in the blue. And Hub in the white top. Hole 1, a gettable hole. Yesterday, played just under par, 4.97, 17th easiest hole on the course. On day number 1, played a tick over par at 5.1, 15th easiest hole. All right, so Lois Lee first. Just firm to this putt. Just a little bit more on it, but a good roll from that mark for Lois Lee. Started the day at 10 over. She'll finish things out there with her spot at hole number 1. Now, hailing out of Ontario, Canada, class of 2020 or 2030. 4 over. Excuse me, out of Shanghai, China. I looked at my notes wrong. 80 on day 1. Came back yesterday with a 1 over 71. Really improved nicely in her second round. Again, she's going to leave that one short. Now Van Katesh out of the sand. See what she learned from the 2 balls that she saw roll from that 2 competitors. Van Katesh, 75 both rounds. "24 golfers for the females made the cut." Van Katesh lips this one out. So our third ladies group of the day is away. Again, our champions group of Metal Tian, Jody Hahn, and Cindy Yon will go today at 10:10. And then our champions boys group will tee off at 10:40. Out to hole number 3, the par 3, 140 yards for the boys, 130s for the ladies. That group finishes up. Now out to 10. Back to our boys we go, our early groups. This is our 740 group. That's R.A. Stutchner out of Durham, North Carolina, 72-72. So the 740 group making the turn here at the beautiful Bellefonte Country Club. All right, let's go out to hole number 2, back to the ladies. That is an extremely tough place to have to putt from or hit from because of the positioning of the flag today. Right there where the golfer that is squatted down, that is where the break on that hole happens, and then it allows that ball to roll all the way down the front of the green. Okay, this is our 9-10. This is Jinqing Wang, Ellie Gonzalez-Rebel, and Catherine Shy. All right, back to 11 for the boys. This is our grouping of Brian Lee, Braden Carlisle, and Grant Gutig. Carlisle, the one walking in the middle there in the white shirt, white hat. That's Brian Lee. And then we're waiting for Grant Gutig to join him at the green. He's putting or pushing his cart up the hill. Significant hill there at 11. While we're waiting for him, let's hit a flyover of 11 real quick and kind of show you how this hole lays out. Elevated tee box. When you get to the car path there, now it starts to slope downhill. Once it gets to the bottom of the hill, then it will funnel back up and really start to narrow. This is where the hole becomes risk-reward. Narrows in between those two trees, 2 bunkers, one on either side. And that hole location today will be on the front right, 11 paces on, 7 from the right corner. So Braden Carlisle off the green. I would imagine this would be his second shot from the drive. So chipping up, trying to get something close for a bird here at the 11th. Really nice touch. Wanted a little bit more release, but he'll have a good look at birdie from there. Grant Gutig joining his group at the putting service, and I would have sufficed to believe that we have 3 birdie rolls coming here. And this will be Brian Lee, incoming senior out of Wyman, Massachusetts, hailing out of Hong Kong. Okay, this is for eagle, I've just been told. Really good run. You give yourself a chance, but don't take the birdie out of the question. So a tap-in birdie for Brian Lee at the 11th. And now Grant Gutig. We'll have the standard bearer signs out on the golf course today, so those are going to be a welcome sight for our leading groups. Gutig, 76 day one, came back with an even par 70 yesterday. Boys cut line at 7 over par yesterday. Gutig gives that one a run and just burns it off the edge. So he'll tap in for a par at the 11th. Gutig 4 over par for the tournament. Gutig 2 under for today. For some reason, the website for the AJGA, I touch the screen and it just starts going berserk. And a nice touch in there for Braden Carlisle for a birdie at 11. So a pair of birds for our 720 group at the 11th. The short par 4. Out to 3. I believe this is Catherine Shia. This was the group we did not get a picture for. All right, 2 up there tight. Shia finds her way on the green, so we'll have 3 birdie rolls coming for the ladies as they walk up the par 3 third. 130 yards for the ladies today. All right, that's in the front, leading the way is Jinqing Wang. Gonzalez Ribble is in the blue skirt, and Shia was the one that just teed off. All right, let's head over to hole number 12, par 3. 166 for the ladies, 179 for the boys. And it'll be Brian Lee with honors first after the birdie at 11. Lee at 3 under for today. Make it 4 under after the birdie at 11. It gets him to 1 over par for the round, or for the tournament, excuse me. 12th pin location today, front left, 7 on 4 from the left. We'll take a look at a flyover here in just a moment after we get our tee shots away. This will be Braden Carlisle. 72 first round, 73 yesterday. Carlisle at 6 over par for the tournament. 1 over for the round today. Now Grant Gutig. Gutig 2 under for today. I would give you the information if it would stop moving. Bogey at 2, birdies at 4, 6, and 8. Has not put in a score for hole 10 yet, and we saw a par at 11 for him. He'll go with either a hybrid here or a 5-wood. Tough pin location on that front left. It'll bring that bunker on the left in play. Right and long is the place you want to stay away from here. So Gutig away at the 12. Let's take a look at the overhead flyover. There's your shot on your yardage cards. Again, a 28-yard deep green. Left bunker is a small one. That bunker on the right, a very deep bunker that slopes off to that right hillside. And then again, if you go left or right long, you get back into the problem of the trees. Back out to hole number 3. This is Catherine Shia lining up the putt from well off of the green, or well at the front of the green, I should say. Hole 3, 130 for the ladies, 11 on 5 from the left, which brings those collection of bunkers in play off the left side. All three of these will be for birdies. Again, once our ladies groups for the leaders and then the boys leaders gets on, a lot of our focus will shift to those two. So we will, continue the coverage as the players come through, but the focus will be on our leaders as they move throughout the golf course. It should be a fun final round for both the boys and girls leaders. Really good roll there, but maybe just a little bit too much for Shy. She leaves herself a lengthy par putt coming back. Now Ellie Gonzalez-Ribble. 75 opening round, 77 yesterday. Showing an 11 over par through hole 1. Needed to give it a little bit more to hold that outside edge and get it to the cup. So she'll tap in for her par. Jingqing Wang, 75 opening round, 76 yesterday. Trying to see if she can roll a birdie in here at the third hole. All right, this is our first group of boys as we go out to 14. Dylan Loxton, Yuma Niyamoto, and Jay Brooks Cole. This is Jay Brooks Cole chipping from off the green. That was his third shot, so he'll have that left for par. Excuse me, that was actually my mistake. That was Niyamoto. It was hard to tell there with the colors. In the pink, that's Loxton, and walking away from there, that's Jay Brooks Cole. 14 yesterday for the boys. Just a tick over par, 4.05, 14th hardest hole on the golf course. 16 played the toughest for the boys, 17 the toughest for the ladies. All right, Jay Brooks Cole, the lefty, with a run at birdie here, as Niyamoto is going to stand right in the way. You can just see the cup there off his left thigh. Just burns it off the edge, so a tap in there for Brooks Cole. Clean things up there at the 14th. So now Dylan Loxton giving it a look. This could be a birdie run for Loxton. Loxton showing it 10 over through 12. Really good roll there by Dylan Loxton. So now Niyamoto to run this one down for his par. Just be firm to the edge. Don't give the hole away here. Should be just fine. Nice putt. Okay, out to hole number 2 we go. This is the group of Lois Lee, Rima Van Katesh, and Xiaoyou Hu. This is Huff. Again, bettered her first round score by 9 strokes yesterday with a 1 over par 71. Tough putt coming down this hill here. She's got to be so careful with it. Beautiful putt by Hu there at the second. Now Van Katesh coming up the slope. I putted this putt on Monday and from this same pin location. And coming up the hill, you've got to give it a good ride. Coming down the hill, you got to be careful. It is a slippery slope. And again, these greens have dried out significantly from the heavy winds that we saw yesterday. And then again, we've seen them today. Van Katesh looking for a bird at the second. Just left it off the left edge. Really good run there by Van Katesh. She'll tap in for par. Now, coming back up the hill. And Huz leaves it short. Out to 15. Boys tee box back down over the kind of the hillside. Not all the way back, though, so it is playing longer today. Hitting to that middle pin placement, which looks so inviting. But the problem is that it is right at where that break is. This is Jay Brooks Cole. Out of Louisville, Kentucky, plays high school golf at St. X. Had a hole-in-one at this hole yesterday. So hard to see because of the shade. Ball's right behind the pin. He's going to have a tricky putt coming back down the hill there in that break for a birdie run for Brooks Cole. So Niimoto. Throws it on the pin. Nearly a hole-in-one at the 15th. Wow. Take a look at this. Yuma Niimoto throwing darts out at the 15th. As he took this one in perfectly, and he's got about 7 inches to tap that one in for a 2. So 2 on the green at 15, 1 off in the rough. All right, let's go over to 12 now. This is our grouping of Ethan Trobaugh, Carson Higginbotham, and Nathan Dye. Higginbotham there in the pink, Dye in the green, and Trobaugh wearing the blue. 179 from the 12th hole. Usually has a wind at your back going out, and then the green gets coupled in by the way the trees kind of wrap around the green, and sometimes you'll have wind at the tee box and you won't feel anything up at the green. The same thing happens with the 15th going the other direction. There's always a crosswind shooting across there at the pond, and you can have nothing up at the green and have it at the tee box and vice versa. Here's Higginbotham. 5 over par for the tournament. We'll go back to the 15th once our group arrives there for the tap in for Niimoto. All right, Ethan Trobaugh out of Leesburg, Virginia. 75 opening round, 70 yesterday. And he's lost this one left. All right, back out to 15 as our group. Our first group of the day has arrived. Jay Brooks Cole will have that tough putt coming back down the hill. Yuma Niyamoto is going to have a tap in, and that was that close from having our second ace at number 15. And then Dylan Loxton off the right-hand side in the rough will have a slippery slope to come across, and trying to keep this ball on the dance floor is probably one of the most difficult shots this golf course will possess. We've seen it all week long. Shots coming from that right side just typically do not hold. They roll all the way through. It's so hard. And again, his pin placement that he wants to use here is he does not want to stay above this hole when he comes through. So you'll start it kind of maybe just 2 or 3 feet above the pin and then let it run down the slope and get under the hole. The problem is that if you get it going too much, it'll roll all the way down the hillside. That one's all the way through. Our last two ladies groups about to start their final rounds. As we'll head over to the tee at 1 to get the group of Aubrey Yang, Isabella Joe, and Adela Pawlowski, who was our opening day leader. Pawlowski, 68 on the opening day, 77 yesterday. Here's Loxton back up the hill and nearly dunked it in, but it'll spin off the edge and come out the right side, and he'll finish that one out for a bogey 4 at the 15th. So now Jay Brooks Cole coming down the hill. Sharp bender from that left side to the right. And you got to be so careful with this putt, because if you get too firm with it, this thing will blow past the hole and it will roll 10, 12 feet past the cup. Never got it above the hole. All right, out to hole number 1. This is Gravito. Gravito, a 76 opening round, 71 yesterday. Rolls that through the backside of the green there at 1. Playing with Eva Lim and Maggie Hu. Excuse me, Maggie Hu, my mistake. This is Maggie Hu, junior out of San Diego, California. 74 opening round, 73 yesterday. Again, she'll work out of that bunker on the right side. Front pin placement today, 6 on, 6 right. So she is short-sided and not a lot to work with. You want to get this one up and let it settle quick. Not a bad out there. We saw Van Katesh almost with the same bunker shot and pretty much the same result. So this is Cravito. Cravito from off the fringe at the first. Long roll across the putting surface and not a bad roll from there. All the putts that we've seen coming from that direction this morning has come up short. So the group of Yang, Joe, and Poloski is off at 1, and our champions group have arrived at the first tee box, and we will go live to them for their tee shots at 1. Meadow Tian, Jody Hahn, and Cindy Yon. All three of those ladies yesterday in red. Tian and Hahn 367s. Yon threw a 268, bettering her round from Wednesday by 7 strokes. This is Maggie Hu. Now Eva Lim. Lim opening around 75, bettered that yesterday with a 1 over 71 out of Ghana, Ohio. Incoming senior this year. Beautiful day. Tons of sunshine. Very breezy again here at the golf course. But the weather has been very favorable for us outside of the heat. We did have a 3-hour weather delay Wednesday morning due to some thunderstorms, and 7 o'clock tee times became 10 o'clock tee times. So it was nearly 8 o'clock before we signed off on Wednesday night, and then a quick turnaround. The girls played last on Wednesday, and they were first out on Thursday. So a very quick turnaround for the ladies. Has a nice roll in there as Lim drops that one in. So now Cravito out of Howey in the Hills, Florida. Incoming junior. And a good finish there for Cravito. All right, over to 10. Get some more turning here for the boys. Double check when he turns around. I believe this is our 8-10 group. If it is, this is Tucker Jones. And this is Jones losing that one to the left. Now Brady Evans. Evans a 69 opening, around 74 yesterday. Evans showing at 3 over through 7 for the tournament. Again, a gettable par 5 for the boys and the ladies. Only playing 474 yards. Evans likes that one as he quickly picks up the tee. Now Simon Hall out of Cary, North Carolina. 71-72 his first 2 rounds. Hall sitting at 4 over through 7. He's going to go with a driving iron. Trying to play it up that right side, bending it back into the fairway. He's kind of looking that direction, so we'll see how things play out. About 3 minutes before our Champions Ladies group goes off over at 1, we will bring you that live and really pick those groups up and start carrying them through. And then our boys groups will start from there. Finn Johnson, Lane Krotz, and Camden Tected. Then Waylon Klutz, Colin McLeod, Carlson Nicholas. And then your final group, Brady Faulkner, Rahel Feng, and Seth Barker. Over to 15. Off to the right in the rough after a near hole-in-one from Niamoto. He left it about 7 inches from the pin of getting our second ace out at 15. $15 for the boys today, playing a little bit deeper. While we wait, let's go back out to 6. This is Isan Chen. Chen a 68 opening round, 72 yesterday to play at even par. Chen at 5 over. And that one rolls off the lip and circles around. So Chen will push it back in at the 6th. Now Eric Lee pops his in. So as we get ready for 1, let's go ahead and do a flyover while we're waiting for our leaders to take the tee box. Let's drop that. They're getting ready to tee. Let's head to the first. So Metal Tien trying to become the first 3-time winner in this tournament since Leanne Harden did it back in 97 when she went 4 consecutive, 97 through 2000. Tien missed a three-peat last year, losing to Athena Singh. Was in second place through the first day. A 67 3-under par to get herself into the lead after 36 holes. Tien bombs this one down the fairway. And our leader is away at the first. Tien a par on the opening day, had a birdie yesterday. Now Jody Hahn. Hahn, a teammate of Tien, playing up near Delaware, Ohio, where they're from. On a 72 opening round, 67 yesterday, 1 stroke off the pace. So Han is away at the first, and now their final playing mate, Cindy Yon, out of Toronto, Ontario, Canada. 75 opening round, 2 under 68 yesterday. Hole 1 for the ladies yesterday, playing just a tick under par at 4.97, 17th hardest hole on the golf course. We've got a golf cart sitting in the middle of the tee box, right out in front of the tee box. I don't know. So our ladies leaders group is away on the final day of the 2026 AJGA Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior presented by Encova Insurance. Back over to 15, the par 3, second par 3 on the back nine. So Bo Kim, Carson Long, and Dylan Phillips. All right, so first Bo Kim from the bottom of the green, coming back up the hill. This is a tough right to left breaking putt. 15 today, 11 paces on from the front, 8 from the right, almost dead in the middle of the green, which makes it seem so inviting to fire a ball at that pin location. But what we'll see eventually at some point today, somebody will spin one off. They'll leave it short, trying to spin it. They'll spin it all the way back down the hill, and it'll come down the embankment there in front of 15 and all the way into the grass. So Bo Kim out of Rancho Palos Verdes, California, 70 opening round, 76 yesterday. Needs that ball to feed back to the hole and just didn't get it going. Had the line perfect. Just needed a little bit more, so some 3 feet to finish out there for him at the 15th. Now Carson Long, 71 opening day, 76 yesterday. Just loses it underneath the hole. And Dylan Phillips now to Chesterland, Ohio. 71 opening round, 76 second round. And again, it shows the differences. The boys went out second yesterday, so those greens had been baking in the sun. The wind was up, and not the soft, favorable conditions that they saw on the opening day when they were able to go out and really fire darts. That's a really nice putt there by Dylan Phillips with the soft touch to get it into the cup. Now Bo Kim to finish out for his par here at the 15th. Again, if you leave 15 with the 3, you circle that number on your scorecard and say, okay, this was a big part of my round. Again, a circle 2 birdie would be great, but if you can put a 3, you put a circle around that hole and say, okay, I'm okay here. Again, a par at 15 sometimes feels like a birdie. Again, this is a putt. Got to be firm to that right side, but don't hit it through the break. Nice lurl. Just gets it to tobble in. Our ladies group out at hole number 1, just away. So looks like all 3 are up the right-hand side. Out to hole number 6. This is our 9 o'clock grouping. That's Sarah Voyko in the blue. No, yes it is, I'm sorry. Adeline Bailey in the white cap with the black skirt. And then Kokami Wang in the white visor. Looks like Bailey's going to line it up first. Bailey out of New Albany, Mississippi, 78 opening round, 76 yesterday. Bailey showing a 14 over par for the tournament, but has not posted any scores as of yet today that have updated. We do have one twosome today, as we've had one golfer withdraw. Andrea Lai has withdrawn. There's Bailey just off the right edge of that whole location. As we get ready for our boys' leaders groups going off. Voyko knew it as soon as she hit it that she'd run it past the hole. 6 is a very unique hole for both of the field. Yesterday played the third hardest for the ladies. It was the second hardest for the boys. If we have time, we'll go to a flyover of it. If not, we'll get it a little bit later on. All right, here's your look at the 6th hole. For the boys, it plays all the way back, so you don't have an opportunity to cut the corner. For the ladies playing up at the front, you will have a chance to come across this pond, but right there's the other side of it, a big bunker waiting for you. The bunker to the left, that is the boys' aiming point. You want to try to put it somewhere around that spot, which will leave you a short iron coming into an elevated green that slopes right to left, or left to right, excuse me. False front that does slope back down to the hill. So a lot of problems that you can get yourself in 6, especially if you go long. There's our leader, Medal Tien. Talked with her yesterday, and she said, I just tried to stay steady. Both her and Jody Hahn, both, that's what they said, just tried to be steady and not get themselves into trouble. Hahn yesterday, birdie at 1, bogey at 2, birdie at 3, got a birdie at 6, then bogey 10, but then came back with birdies at 14 and 15. All right, this is Cindy Yan, 268 yesterday. Young leaves this one just short over at the first. All right, Medal Tien behind a tree over at the first. I believe she'll have a line, but looks like the practice shot she's taking is kind of looking for like a punch shot. In the pin at hole 1 today, front right, 6 on, 6 right. So trouble for Tien at the first. This will be her third shot. So Tien with the punch out and rolls it across the green. So Tien in trouble at the first. 3 shots now behind the green. And she's going to have to do some scrambling to save par. There's our second place golfer for the ladies, Jody Hahn. 67 for her yesterday. Just shy of the green for her second shot, so she'll have a little pitch from just off the green, probably about 20, 25 yards. She'll take a walk off and look at that one. And this is a ball that, with an uphill slope, she may be able to get a little bit of air under this ball and set it soft to that front tight pin location. She had a really good lie. That's something that's been remarkable through these events, is watching these golfers and how well they can be creative with the way that they select what shot that they're going with. Talked with Han yesterday and after her round, and that was something she said. She said, I just was wanting to try to be consistent, not really worrying about the next shot. Went out in 3 under, bogey at 13, birdies at 15 and 16, and then a tough bogey at 18. Had a birdie on 1 yesterday, a par in the opening round. Chance here to stick one tight and get a birdie to open up at the first. And she leaves it short. Medal Tian behind the green. She will have a lot of green to work with as she comes on, but she's got to get up and down here to save par to keep from giving one back at the first. Tian has been on this stage many times. 2-time champion, winning in 24 and 23. And then just narrowly missing last year, falling to Athena Singh. Has been Athena Singh and Medal Tian the last 4 seasons. Singh did not play in this year's event. She was a little busy out at Riviera playing in the Women's U.S. Open last week. Missed the cut, but played well. Had a tough first day, but bounced back nicely on day 2 with a 3-over par. Finished 8 over for the tournament. She's off to the University of Houston to continue her golfing career to collegiate level starting next year, this coming year, I should say. Now Tian from the back of number 1. Needs that one to hoe down. And Tian sends it all the way through at 1 and looks destined to give 1 back at the first, if not more. So Cindy Yan, a tough little side hill lie right there below the hole. Nice touch by Yan, and she'll have a tap in there at the first. And now Jody Hahn. Trying to put one up close, and a par here for, unless a remarkable putt from Tian would move Hahn into a tie for the lead. This is a birdie run for Hahn. She's going to go with the putter right at the edge of the green on the collar. So for Hahn, this is for a share of the lead at 1. Hahn brings it up and saves par. So for the moment, she'll stay 1 off the lead, pending the Medal Tian par putt coming here from off the green on the front collar. Went over the green from her punch shot for the 3rd, came back across the putting surface on her 4th, and now has a lengthy par putt coming back up the hill, trying to save par. So 10 for par to remain in the outright lead. If not, she's going to slide one back and a tie for the top spot with her and Jody Hahn. Par putt for Tian. Left it short. So Meadow Tian's championship round starts with a bogey 6 and a tie at the top of the leaderboard now with her and Jody Hahn. First into Jan. One of 4 players on the ladies' side that went under par yesterday. Had a really good turnaround after a tough 75 first round. 68 yesterday, 2 under par. And Jan drops that one in. All right, out to 16 for the first time today. This is I believe this is our first boys group. Nope, our second boys group. So this is Bo Kim, Carson Long, and Dylan Phillips. That was Bo Kim on the roll there. Hole 16, 408 yards. For the boys, the most difficult hole on the course yesterday, playing almost a half a stroke over par. For the ladies, it was the 5th difficult hole, playing at a 4.46. Boys was a 4.52. 13 paces on 6 from the left, brings in that left bunker. All right, out to hole number 3. Putt coming down at 3, and it looked like it hit something on its way there, and it kicked it off to the edge. That was Maggie Hu. And now Eva Lim. And a big thanks to our wonderful sponsors throughout this entire event. Natural Resource Partners, Encova Insurance, CW Services, Ramaco, Kentucky Farmers Bank, and, of course, the Bellefonte Country Club. And a nice roll there at 3. Now Corvito. All right, let's go to 1. This is our 10:30 tee time. This is Waylon Klutz. Klutz 69-68. Now Colin McLeod. McLeod, excuse me. I would have never would have gone McLeod on that one. Either way, 3 under par. This group has some work to do if they're going to chase down our leaders. Faulkner is at 11 under, Fang at 10 under, and Barker at 9 under. Yeah, he's over on that far corner, and that's as far back as we can push our camera there with her tent. So our final pairing member in this one, the senior of Carson Nicholas out of Lexington, Kentucky. 68 opening round, par 70 yesterday. So that group is away. All right, back to number 1. This is up at the green. This is Lane Krotz, 1 under par. Krotz from the bunker on the right side of 1. This is a shot that will be a frequent position that we will see. That's a really nice up and down. We've seen 3 bunker shots already at 1, and all 3 players have done it just like that. Really nice shot by him. Camden Tech it, excuse me. 169 opening around 70 yesterday. My question is, are we looking at an eagle run here? And this is a gettable hole for the boys. Tech had a birdie on the opening round, a par yesterday. Looks like we're going to get Finn Johnson. Let's see. Yeah, Finn Johnson's going to line this one up first. Johnson out of Louisville, Kentucky. 68 opening round, 70 yesterday. 2 under par for the tournament. Johnson's usually easy to find. He's a lefty. He's one of the few lefties on the round. Gives that one a good run and puts it down. So Johnson with a nice roll at 1. Finds a red mark. Now Cameron Teckett, let's see if that gave him a line. This may be for eagle. We're still trying to confirm at the hole. At worst, it's for birdie. Either way, it's going to be a red number for Teckett if he could drop it in. Teckett 1 under for the tournament and a tie for 11th. Just loses this one off the left edge. Now Lane Krotz. And as soon as we finish this, we'll head out to number 2. About 6 minutes away from our final group going off at 1 for our boys, our leaders of Faulkner, Fang, and Barker. All right, we're going to step out for a quick break. We'll come back. We'll head over to hole number 1. We'll get our boys' leaders off as we continue our coverage. This is the 2026 AJGA Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior presented by Encova Insurance on the Ram Sports Network.
Download our app today.
Whoa, easy on that trigger, partner.
Are you talking to me?
Ranger Rodney here, looking out for your wallet.
You gonna put in them rewards?
Rewards?
Hot doggies, give me that.
What in the Pixar?
You know, Clark's Rewards. Save on gas, get free stuff. There you go, partner.
Get some every time.
Rewards. Got it.
Clark's Rewards. Return, refresh, refuel.
Since 1985, CW Services has been a leader in offering electrical engineering, construction, automation, project management, and fiber optic services. CW Services have prided themselves in being that one-stop shop, being able to help a customer from design to go live. They have worked from coast to coast, from small project to extremely large project, and are happy to talk to you about performing these services for you. For more information or to begin the bid process, visit them at cw.services. Bellefonte Country Club is recognized as one of the premier country clubs in eastern Kentucky. Founded in 1921, the club prides itself in providing best-in-pride amenities and services. The club features a restaurant, pool, and a challenging and beautifully maintained 18-hole golf course with zoysia fairways and bent grass greens. The practice facilities feature a driving range as well as putting and chipping greens. Club also offers several pickleball courts for the pickleball enthusiast. For more information, go to bellefontecc.com. The Bellefonte Country Club, proud host of the Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance.
Trust is something earned, not given. For over 90 years, KFB has built trust in your community. We believe our neighborhood is our responsibility. Through our quality service, innovative products, and local decision-making, we are committed to your financial success. Better financials lead to a better life. All with the Better Bank headquartered in Boyd County and serving the tri-state. KFB, the bank you trust and the community you love.
Let's go over to 10 real quick as we wait for our boys' leaders to tee off. Hole 10, very gettable par 5, one of the two par 5s. One at hole 1 and the other one at hole 5. Let's go out to hole 2 now. This is our leaders for the ladies, and Middleton, who is now 1 under par after a bogey at the first. So teeing on the green with her second shot at the second hole, and a really good location there for teeing. It's a tough putt, but a very makeable birdie putt there for teeing. That's Jody Hahn in the red skirt. Looks like she's going to be coming up the hillside. So Hahn with a lengthy birdie run here at the second. I hit this same shot on Monday when I was out just walking the course and looking at different holes and trying to look at different things that I thought that I would see during the broadcast. And this was one of the balls that I hit. And I mean, you had to just absolutely swing the putter as hard as you possibly could to get it up that hillside. We'll get this putt real quick, and then we'll head off to number 1. Okay, let's go to 1. Our leaders for the boys. Brady Faulkner, 63-66 for an 11 under par, tying the 36-hole score. Cameron Phillips and Cody Gribble. Faulkner birdies at 1 on both rounds. Now the big name from yesterday, Reiho Fang. He came out of nowhere with an 8 under 62 to tie the tournament record for low score of Kelvin Lim, of 2017. I talked with Reiho during the broadcast yesterday, and he said, I got myself to 5 under, and that's when I was like, wait a minute. After an eagle at 10, he said, I got something good going here. I got to be careful with this. And he said that's when he really started just to try to go out and start playing for pars. Got a birdie at 13, a birdie at 14, and then a big birdie roll at 18 to tie the record for the 62. So our final boys group member, Seth Barker, 64 opening round, 67 yesterday. Fang staying with the prototypical bucket hat. So this group, very easy to see. The bucket hat is Fang, the other right-hander is Faulkner, and the lefty is Seth Barker. So our lead group is away at the first. So all of our golfers are out on the golf course. Let's go back to 2. This is Middleton and a birdie putt at the second. This to regain the lead. Tien currently in a tie for first at 1 under after dropping a stroke at the first hole. This would be big for Tian to bounce back with a birdie 3 at the second. And just lost it off the edge of the hole. And we'll have a sizable putt coming back up. And it's going to be almost the same line that Hahn is going to have. And she's going to give Hahn a look, actually, because she's just a little bit farther past her. Cindy Yon lining up her putt off the side. Tian's going to go ahead and finish out for her par run. And the position we have our camera out at 3, we keep getting people to walk across the green, and that's what you keep seeing on your screen. And Tian's going to give another one back. A 3-putt for Tian at the second. She starts her round off bogey, and has fallen back to even par. So Jody Hahn with a chance for a par putt at the second for the outright lead. Cindy Yon will go first as Jody will wait for her, and she got a good look at what Tian's putt did there at the roll that she had. Left to right bender here for Hahn. Just be firm to that left edge. Didn't hit it. She's going to lose this one some 5 feet down the hole. Such a tough putt there. Just have to be firm to that outer edge. So now Hahn coming back down the hill after that lengthy birdie putt up the hill. This for par and the outright lead. And loses it out to the right. 3 putts for our leaders at 2. And now Cindy Yon with a chance to finish out for a par, or our leader group for the ladies will have a trio of 3 putts at the second. Yon rattles that one home. So a rough start for our females, out to 16 now. It's our 720 group. Brian Lee putting here on your screen. Lee trying to get that one to hold. That's a good run, just needed it to go. Lee had a great run coming to the hole and just needed about another tumble. Showing it 2 over through 14 today is Lee. Now Grant Gutig. One of the most difficult putts in golf, that little 3.5 footer. He makes it look easy. So let's head over to the 17th now. Let's get a flyover of 17 while we're waiting for them to tee. 17, a hard dog leg left. You do have the big cut right there that you see in the center of your screen that goes up the 18th fairway. That is an option if you want to go that direction. If not, you're landing down here in the lower level. You can see the depression. Then it starts uphill. It is a blind second shot to this green that is 26 yards deep. Bunker right and left for this hole. And today's pin placement will bring that right-hand bunker in on the second shots. 12 paces on 4 from the right side. Most will go with a mid-iron. Kind of if you take and, well, I was getting ready to talk about that, and sorry about that if our camera operator decided he wanted to show something else. All right, out to hole number 3 now. Cindy Yon. Jan with the only par at the second. Gets it on the front edge of the green, and a lengthy birdie putt coming up for Cindy Jan. Again, that is a safe place for this hole. Again, stay away from left and long. That's the worst thing you can run into on this hole. Now Middleton, back-to-back bogeys to start her final round. A bogey on round one at the third, a birdie yesterday. Tian would love to see something in tight and try to get one back here to start her opening round. And this one's off the back of the green down the left edge, and that is in jail. So a tough start to Meadow Tian's final round. Now Jody Hahn. And Cindy Jan right now just trying to stay quietly in the pack and let the pack come back to her. And Hahn sends it long, but on the dance floor with a chance at the outright lead at the third. All right, out to hole number one, Ray Ho Feng. He's in that right bunker. This will be his third shot, trying to splash out again. Not a lot of green to work with, short-sided there, 6 on, 6 right. He got it out, but still in the rough. So Feng in some trouble at the first. And Brady Faulkner. Question is he in the bunker or is he just off to the side? This is from the bunker for Faulkner at the first. No, it was out of the bunker, my mistake. But a really good chip up there for Faulkner, what should be a birdie tap. Now Seth Barker from behind the green. Plenty of green to work with. This is a ball he wants to get out and just let it take off rolling. Needs that with a hoe down. And he goes all the way through the green. So some trouble for our leaders on both the boys and the girls to start their rounds. Ray Ho Feng blasted out of the bunker, but did not make the green. So this is his fourth shot. And from here, we'll go back over to 3 for our ladies leaders. Nice ball there by Feng, so he should be able to tap that in for par. Let's go back to 3. Meadow Tian off the back of the green left side. The question is, I believe she did get in that back bunker. It's hard to tell, though. We'll see if we see any sand as it comes out. Tian bogey start to her final round. Sits in a tie for lead, with the lead, excuse me. And a really nice ball there by Meadow Tian. What a save at the third, as she'll have a tap in for par there. That could be the spark to get her round going. That's a tough shot from that back left area off the hill. Set it in nice and soft and just trickles it up to the hole. Nice shot, Meadow Tian. All right, let's go back to one. Seth Barker now. This is his, what believed to be his fourth shot, as he rolled all the way through the green. Needed it to turn over and doesn't get it there. So Barker will tap that one in. And now Seth Barker. Let's see. Now we'll get Fang maybe first. Let's see. Now Fang looks like he's already finished up. So Barker to finish out here, or Faulkner, excuse me, to finish out here at the first. A good putt there for Faulkner. Back to three. This is Jan. Leaves that one a bit short, so she'll have a little bit to clean up. First, a birdie run from Jody Hahn. Never got it to the hole. You may be working with some nerves here at the ladies leaders group. Just trying to get things settled in. Let's see if Jan's going to finish out first. Looks like their putts are fairly close. So Jan a par at the third. And now Hahn for a par three for pars around. What a shot we saw for Meadow Tian, though, after missing the green long and left. Was able to get a nice little soft pitch shot from the back of the green and then a tap-in par for her. And three's around for our ladies leaders. All right, out to 15 we go. The boys playing on the lower tee box today. A little bit long and left. One of the ball out there long and left as well. Two tough putts coming up at the 15th. Out to 7. Trying to sneak that one in. This is our ladies groups. That was Lois Lee. All right, we're going to step out for a break. We'll come back and continue our coverage. This is the 2026 AJGA Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance on the Ram Sports Network.
Download our app today.
Whoa, easy on that trigger, partner.
Are you talking to me?
Ranger Rodney here, looking out for your wallet.
You gonna put in them rewards?
Rewards?
Hot doggies, give me that.
What in the Pixar?
You know, Clark's Rewards. Save on gas, get free stuff. There you go, partner.
Gets them every time.
Rewards. Got it.
Clark's Rewards. Return, refresh, refuel.
Since 1985, CW Services has been a leader in offering electrical, engineering, construction, automation, project management, and fiber optic services. CW Services have prided themselves in being that one-stop shop, being able to help a customer from design to go live. They have worked from coast to coast, from small project to extremely large project, and are happy to talk to you about performing these services for you. For more information or to begin the bid process, visit them at cw.services. Bellefonte Country Club is recognized as one of the premier country clubs in eastern Kentucky. Founded in 1921, the club prides itself in providing best in pride amenities and services. The club features a restaurant, pool, and a challenging and beautifully maintained 18-hole golf course with zoysia fairways and bent grass greens. The practice facilities feature a driving range as well as putting and chipping greens. The club also offers several pickleball courts for the pickleball enthusiasts. For more information, go to bellefontecc.com. The Bellefonte Country Club, proud host of the Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance.
Trust is something earned, not given. For over 90 years, KFB has built trust in your community. We believe our neighborhood is our responsibility. Through our quality service, innovative products, and local decision-making, we are committed to your financial success. Better financials lead to a better life, all with the Better Bank headquartered in Boyd County and serving the tri-state. KFB, the bank you trust and the community you love.
Back at the 2026 AJGA Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance. Live from the Bellefonte Country Club, we go back to the 15th hole. Tough bunker shot off that right side coming up. This is our 750, and this is Zachary Liu. All right, back out to hole 4. We'll get a big shout out to our high school teams this week that have been volunteering, doing everything that's needed to help with this tournament. Ashland boys and girls, Boyd County boys, Elliott County boys and girls, Fairview girls, Ironton boys and girls, Raceland boys and girls, Russell boys and girls, and Rose Hill boys. 8 schools represented this week, coming out, helping on the course in any way needed, from fixing ball marks, filling in divots, fairway divots, spotting for balls, carrying the standard signs today. Again, it takes a small army, and good to see our local youth being a part of the local event here as well. Back over to 15. Slider coming down the hill. This is a good look, trying to bring it in the back door. Now he needs it to hoe down. That's a really good putt from that distance. That was Armand Osterman. Osterman went 69 yesterday after an opening around 75. And the greens have really showed out this week. You can see the lines. We've talked about this throughout the broadcast this week. Those lines there, it looks like it's been striped for a football field. It's where they put irrigation drainage ditches in for the greens. And they're called scars. They said probably within next year you won't even see those out there. But they came out meticulously. I talked with Mark Harper, the golf superintendent for the Bellefonte Country Club yesterday. And he said the company came out, they very meticulously removed that top strip of where you see those lines are of the green, placed it to the side, then a ditch witch went down, dug down, I think it was 1.5 feet is what he said, put in the corrugated drainage piping, then backfilled it with sand and organic matter, then replaced the green, put it back together, and then this is where we are now. And what that allows it to do is when we get water, all the water can now go straight through down into those drainage ditches and then away from the greens, and allows those greens to stay nice and healthy. And this year it has been a huge difference from what we saw last year when we were dealing with rain. And those greens, they just stayed saturated. They were very soft. They were able to throw darts. This year, greens nice and firm. And it's outside of Wednesday morning, that's about the only time those greens have really been receptive early. So that's for a sand save at the 15th. Gave it a look, but he'll have to tap that one in for a bogey. Again, big thanks to all the great staff with the AJGA, Matthew O'Connell and his crew. Matthew, the tournament director here at Bellefonte, and, of course, Jay Perry, Jeff Conley with Natural Resource Partners, all of their staff that they've helped with taking care of all the volunteers that come out to work around the golf course. Of course, Jeff Bostic and his crew, the general manager and the clubhouse pro. Out to hole 2 now. That's Seth Barker. He was in third to start the day. Rahil Fang there, the bucket cap. He looks like he's down on the bottom layer of the green. Tough pin placement here at the second today. 18 paces on of this 25-yard deep green, 4 paces from the right. It's on that top shelf. And again, you do not want to be long off of the green here. There's our leader, Brady Faulkner. Faulkner yesterday backing up a 63 opening round with a 66, 4 under par to tie the 36-hole record of Cam Phillips and Cody Gribble. Two's a hole that you can send a big ball down the fairway, has a sharp right to left slider there right as you get to the green, and then dips and then starts back up the hill in a 2-leveled green that we have on this one. And we got a player up at 3 putting through, started taking our shots there at that was Camden Tekid that was putting out at 3. Now Faulkner up the hill at 2, just past the hole. Again, we have our position out at 3, and it's unfortunately there's where they come through the green trying to get down to 2. That's why we keep losing our focus there. It's kind of handicapped with what we do at that spot. So apologies for that, but that's kind of where we go. It's kind of you get the flag there at 3. That's where we go. Now up the hill, Fang. So Fang for a tap in there at the second. So a par for him. And now Seth Barker for what I would believe to be a birdie run. This putt will move from right to left from his right. As that hill will try to pull it down. Got too far out. Again, that is the difficulty of the second, is the break, because you have that break, but you also have that hill that's going to start making it go that way. So now Brady Faulkner with a tough slider down the hill for par. Faulkner yesterday nearly planted one in the bottom of the jar over at 3. So he stuck in one nice and tight. And he gets his par there at the second. So now Seth Barker to finish things out for pars around for our leader group for the boys. Okay, let's take out to hole number 5 for the first time from the green. First time that we've been able to so out at hole number 5. Let's see which group we've got here. Coming back up the hill, hole 5 today. 20 paces on, 5 deep. This is our 11 or 10 o'clock grouping. Here's your flyover for hole number 5, a rather short hole. Middle 300s. Does slope left to right, so you will have a side hill lie. Really pinches in as it gets up closer to the green. The one greenside bunker there left, you can play over top of it. Don't want to go left over this one as it does go over that hillside. Joining me now, Tournament Director Matthew O'Connell. Welcome in, my friend.
Hey, good to see you guys.
You too. Hey, first time we got to look back at number 5. We've successively had every single green on the golf course on the broadcast at some point. So we wanted to get 5. That was the only one we had done, but golf course is really showing out this week.
Yeah, it's been amazing, the progression throughout the week with the different changes in the conditions out here and everything, making it more challenging. Obviously, still some scores being shown, which has been incredible to see all the talent out there. But the golf course changing throughout the week has been awesome.
The leaders groups this morning for the ladies, maybe some nerves settling in. The boys had to do a little scrambling there on one. Looked like they've settled in nicely, and that's kind of what you expect through those first couple of holes.
Yeah, just got to kind of find your footing. Seeing the standard bearer there with you with the scores, a little bit more attention around you on those leader groups in the final round day. So see if they start settling in and see what they can do out here. And it should be a fun battle in both divisions to finish the day.
Yeah, it goes back to what Adele Pulowski said on the first day. She said, "I looked around and there was cameras everywhere. I knew something was up," and that's something that you're going to get today from the leaders from there. You look at the way the golf course is playing today. Some of the pin placements, people look at and say, those are easy pin placements. And one, I would have put a paycheck in how many balls were going to end up in that front bunker. 3 has played off to the left. 15 is really showing its teeth as teams or groups are starting to come through there. These pin placements are put there for a reason.
They are, and we've been here plenty amount of times, and we worked with the golf course here and the superintendent. They're strategically around, but there's still opportunities out there. You got to be in the right positions, and it's just trying to be a different challenge than maybe the last few days.
So our first boys groups are starting to roll through for their final round. So out at hole number 18. 18 today. 7 on 5 from the left, which brings in that left bunker. We saw a few players around that bunker yesterday. Really nobody's still in it, but today you will have some players that will be down in that spot. And when you get short-sighted at 18, it makes it a very difficult ball to hold.
Yeah, there's definitely a spot you're supposed to aim here. You don't want to be short at all. If you want to, you definitely want to be a little long of the flag, but obviously with how firm they are, you just got to be careful of where you're going to and that angle you're getting at too.
Brian Lee lining up a putt off of the green here at 18. And that's something that the golfers have really had to make some adjustments with, of learning that first round, I was able to throw it in there. Then had to start landing it short and trying to play that first, and even now up into that second hop to try to get the ball to land and stall on the green. We've seen several balls already go through greens this morning.
Yeah, it shows the importance too of being in the fairway, being able to hold balls a little bit better as much as you can. Even you might not be able to hold a ball in general, but got to be in the fairway to try to do as much as controlling as you can.
The groups this week, we've had some places, we've had some clusters of people, but the pace of play seems like, for the most part, throughout the event, has played very competitively of what you want to see for a field like this.
Certainly, yeah. With helps with starting everybody off with hole number one. We're not making the turn, waiting for other groups and all that. And, there are a couple spots on the back nine where we got short par fours leading into par three. So there's some areas where it could clump up a little bit just naturally, but we do a good job. Staff works together and trying to do potentially some hit ups and just making sure people are not waiting super long on any holes, and we're making sure that people are moving along the golf course.
It was funny yesterday back at 15. There was like a cluster of 9 guys there all just kind of hanging out, and then all of a sudden just boom, and they're gone. And that's something because of the way that they play, the way you guys encourage the continuation. You can get those clusters, but then you can get out on a hole that allows you to open things up and allows you to really stretch things out.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting, especially yesterday with 11 is a short par 4. Every year, we early on in the day we're trying to do a hit up there because the boys can reach that pretty easily. It's it's about 280 downhill there, and then right next to 15. So we had lots of people in the same amount of time yesterday in the afternoon there, right around each other. So it was pretty interesting. Maybe 5 or 6 groups there right next to each other.
Yeah, we had one down there yesterday waiting on a rules official and actually got hit into twice during that one. All right, back out to number 3. This is Seth Barker. Barker at 9 under for the tournament. Trying to throw in at the pin. It's guarded over on that left-hand side. And he's left it off the front right. Not a bad position to be there on the third. It leaves you some green to roll across with. So, again, 3 is a ball that, with the 2 big bunkers that's over there on that left-hand side, it's not a place you want to go.
No, you middle of the green, right? Middle of the green, give yourself some area to work. I feel like a lot of the time around here, especially on these par 3s, you just, you walk away with a par and you're feeling pretty comfortable.
All right, Brady Faulkner. Faulkner with a remarkable round yesterday to get to 11 under. At one point, we thought he was at 12, but it was a scoring issue that they had to adjust at scoring 10. And that's one of the things you get where you have markers of why you go to the scoring 10. Everybody compares their scores, and then that's when you officially sign your scorecard.
Yep. Yeah, the players keep their own scores on a separate part of the app there, and they just compare each other, and then they just talk through, make sure they talk through and they understand the correct score that needs to be signed. And then once they leave a 10th there, then we make sure that they agree on it. And if they have any issues, we handle it there in scoring and talk to each other.
What a story from yesterday from Ray Fang. He just came out of nowhere. And I talked with him yesterday after his round, and he said he got in trouble at 10 off of the tee. Said he hit his tee shot badly. Then he got from there, he was under a tree, and he said he couldn't hit a shot up. So he said, I'm just going to try to go out. And he said it came out, and next thing he knows, it rolls up 6 feet from the hole, and he taps in for eagle, basically. And he goes, wait a minute, I'm 5 under for the day. And he said at that point, that's when he made the shift of, I've got to go play for pars. And in the process of playing for pars, birdies at 13 and 14, and then the big roll in at 18 to tie the tournament record for a 62 8 under par. And that shows you the progression of how these kids play, of understanding they had a particular round that was going, and you think 5 under through 10, and you're like, oh, I'm going to go get something big. And instead, he backs off and says, I'm going to go conservative here. I've still got another round of tournament to go play.
Yeah, and that's also, I think, being aware of the conditions of the course, knowing that there's not going to be a lot of low scores out there. Obviously, he then goes lower, but knowing that the rest of the field, he's already gained so much on the rest of the field at that point through 10. And also, you talk about going through and playing for pars is, that mindset. You're already trying to lay up a little bit short of the flag, and then with the conditions of the approach areas and the greens, that's going to bounce you up close to the hole locations then.
Iman Chen rolling that one through. He knows this golf course, had a good showing out here a couple of years ago. I talked with Meadow yesterday, and that was one of the things she talked about. Par on this golf course today is good numbers, and we've seen that. The ladies group gave one back on hole 1, then a round of 3 putts on hole 2. So, this golf course, par for today's round, that is a good number, especially with the wind that we're seeing from the last couple of days.
Yeah, you kind of have to just shelf that ego a little bit and understand that you can hurt yourself more than anything trying to go for low numbers. So just making sure playing conservative. It sounds maybe not the right mindset on a final round day where usually you want to try to get aggressive. Playing conservative is the smart play, and you're going to move up the leaderboard or hold your position at the top leaderboard that way.
Now, for you guys, it's living out of a suitcase every single week. Where's your next stop with this crew? Where are you headed?
So the intern crew here will pack up today, and tomorrow they'll hit the road for Fort Wayne, Indiana, to help with our Rolex Girls Junior Championship there at Sycamore Hills. big time event of ours with Rolex is a great partner, global sponsor of ours, and then they have got a whole summer ahead of them through about Labor Day that they week to week they'll be driving around the country and helping out run events.
And that's something with your interns. They get a chance to do so much travel, see so much of the world, but they get a network that they get to build. This is the avenue that they want to go of working into golf administration like this. It's a great opportunity to do that.
Yeah, it's incredible. We have people that have all sorts of backgrounds, and some people maybe not that don't have golf background necessarily, but they want to they want to meet people, they want to travel, they want to work, they want just these shared experiences that it's pretty unique. I don't know of any other business in general or other organization that has an opportunity like this, where you just go on the road, pack a suitcase for 3 months with eight or nine strangers, and go become best friends. You basically become a family, and then go meet a bunch of people.
Yeah, 3 months of summer camp, right?
Yeah.
Well, Matthew, thank you so much for everything this week. It's been a pleasure working with you guys again. You guys have done a phenomenal job, and we greatly appreciate everything you guys do for us, of all the printouts, information, rules officials, helping us out with all the stuff we've done. We greatly appreciate everything.
Thank you guys for elevating the event here, and the experience that you guys are able to provide for the players and for everything around this event makes it incredibly unique, and thanks for the partnership for the last few years.
We greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Tournament Director Matthew O'Connell joining us here in the broadcast. All right, back over to 3 with Seth Barker. Or, I'm sorry, Brady Faulkner. Thank you. Long birdie putt here at the 3rd. Good-looking roll. Needs to go one time. Oh, at the corner of the hole. Run up there quickly and get a shadow on it and see if it'll fall. Faulkner that close from a birdie 2 at 3. So he'll tap in with a par. We take a look at it again on the instant replay. Such great speed. Just needed that ball to turn left a little, maybe one more revolution, and it would have been there. All right, out to hole 5. This is Cindy Yan. Our girls' leaderboard still not completely in play. Adela Pulowski having herself a day. She's 3 under. Gotten to 2 over for the tournament. Really nice ball there by Jan to run it up close to the front of the green. All right, back out now for Fang, trying to roll in his birdie putt. All right, back to 5 we go. Now Jody Hahn. Second shot at the 5th. Really nice ball there by Jody Hahn. That second hop, that's what I was talking about. Got that ball to stop, and she'll have a pin-high birdie putt at the 5th. Now Meadow-Tian. See if she can match her best friend. Almost hitting from the same exact spots. Check the boards after this shot. Let's see what they have on the boards, because the updated leaderboard does not have them through holes 1 and 2. That's it. I think Pulowski is within 1 of the lead. Tian leaves this one under the hole, and we'll have a birdie run at 5 as well. All right, 3, and Seth Barker missed his par putt, so Barker's going to give one back. He'll fall back from the leaders a little bit. Now Fang for a par putt at the 3rd. So Seth Barker gives one back at the 3rd. All right, back to 5, and now Cindy Hahn with her 3rd shot after punching out from under the tree. There you see Meadow and Jody chit-chatting, walking up. They were hanging out here at the clubhouse yesterday, playing cards, just enjoying it. After they got done with their practice, they went, they played the round. They went to the practice round, went to the green, the chipping green, and then just kind of hung out and had a good time yesterday. I talked with both of them after the rounds, and that was one of the things they talked about. Said, it's just going to be fun. Put the tournament aside, just fun playing with their friend. And Meadow Tien saying this is going to be her last AJGA event, and she's headed off to play college golf for the University of Illinois. So Jan, that with left for a par putt. Now back to 4. This is your leader, Brady Faulkner, taking an iron off of the 4th. We'll do a flyover here after the tee shots and show you how this hole lines up. Isn't that the truth? Now Ray Hofang out at the 4th. Joining me now, Club Pro here at the Bellefonte Country Club, Jeff Bostic. You said the words properly. Calm before the storm. You never know what's going to happen. And it's the thing. You have to take time when you have availabilities during this event.
That's right. So looking forward to the final day here. I know it's going to be a close 3 guys battling out at the end here. Looking forward to this.
You know, you look at the boys' leaders, some big numbers that they put up through the first 2 days. And yesterday you had Fang that goes out and comes out of nowhere with an 8-under par. And I talked to him after the round. And he said, I got to a 5-under after the 10th hole. And he said, I kind of thought about it. I've got something good here, and started playing for pars and rolled off 3 more birdies down the stretch.
Yep. I thought it was really rare to have a 63 and 62 this week. Usually you have one low round, somebody goes really low, but pretty impressive, I will say.
The golf course has really showed out this week. You know, Wednesday, favorable morning conditions for the players after the rain that morning, but the sun, the wind has really stood it up, and we've seen the teeth of this golf course really kick in.
Yes, I usually stick with it, and some people, everybody I've told, every year I'm like, there'll be 5 or 6 players under par at the end of the 3 days, and they're like, are you sure? And I'm like, well, that's just every year it's like that. So I think we had 9 under par coming into today, so we'll see if my prediction stays true here.
Yeah, we had 19 under par after day 1. There were 6 red figures yesterday. With the boys going out on the second group, they went out early on Wednesday. So we'll see how things play out. But our ladies on the other side too. Little nerves for them in the first couple of holes, but they seem like they've settled in nicely as Meadow Tien lines up a birdie putt here at the 5th. And I talked with her yesterday and Jody Hahn, and they both said they just have to play solid and just try to go out, play for pars. Pars are a good number on today's event.
Yes, look like a little conservative on that putt there, but par's not going to hurt you there. So.
No, and you know there's places on the golf course, 15 being one of those. You jump up and down if you walk off of 15 with a par, because again, 5s and 6s are not uncommon at the 15th if you get the ball in the wrong position.
True. Through the years, I've seen some leads go away coming to 15. So
had that happen a couple of years ago. Had a player coming to 15, got long, got himself into trouble, and left the hole with a 7 and lost the lead from it. So
true. Yep.
Jody Hahn trying to roll up a birdie putt at 5 and leaves that one short. So a tap in for her. And now Cindy Hahn with a long par putt for her after getting under the tree and having to lay it up short. What's the biggest thing that you look at the way these kids, where they come out and they approach the game, and you just watch the mental game that they play through 3 rounds to get themselves into contention like this?
Yeah, I mean, the mental aspect is so important, and you do that week in, week out. I'm sure a lot of them have mental coaches too, just like a swing coach.
Yes. The mental game is so much of what this game is about. The physical part of it is the easy part. It's the mental part of 18, 36, 54 grueling holes that just eat at you. And you can usually tell people, if you finish an 18-hole round of golf and you don't feel mentally just spent, you probably didn't have a very good day.
That's true. I was talking to one of the dads there and said every time they got back to the hotel room, their son was like, I'm just exhausted.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, wow. Yeah.
And that's the thing, is that, the way you have to play this golf course, people walk in here the first time they play, and the first thing they look, this thing's under 6,000 yards. Like, I'm going to go tear this one up. And then they walk out of here, and it's like, what happened? Yeah. And it's this golf course that was developed back in 1921. Mark and I were talking about that yesterday. There was a lot of intuition that was put together with a golf course like this, and there was no AutoCADs or any computers. This was somebody that just had this in their mind, and what a job that they did to design a course like this.
Yes, and you don't find too many 6,000-yard courses that hold its own like that. I mean, you would just looking at it on paper. I mean, people look at me crazy when I say there's going to be a handful of people under par at the end of the week, and that's just how it is every year. It definitely holds its own. Course is tight. You got to position yourself right off the tee, and the greens they're kind of hard. I played in the junior am with Finn, and he said, "Man, these greens look like they're gonna break one way, but they don't." So.
I saw that Monday when I was out on the course as well, and there was a couple of putts, and I hit it, and then it moved, and I went the other direction. I was like, oh, yeah. You have to give a good look on both sides of it, because you'll look one way, and all of a sudden it's totally different direction.
Yep.
The drainage that's just been put in for the greens this year, the golfers have talked about the difference of the way the greens are, and Mark and I have talked about it at length, but it has made so much of a difference of what these putting surfaces offer in this tournament.
Yes, from last year, like Tuesday night after the junior am, he cut and rolled the greens, and then we had all that rain Wednesday morning, and he was able to go out and cut and roll the greens again, and that would have never happened in the previous years. They would have been too wet.
Yes.
So it's been a great plus.
And that was the thing, was on Wednesday morning, you would see players taking big divots when they come in. And by that afternoon, it was just tiny little marks that was going on. I mean, they firmed up. The wind helped. The sunlight helped. And, it's just such a pristine golf course. Obviously had some weather issues over the winter time with that ice storm. But, you can see the golf course is trying to rebound from some of those. And that's some of the things Mother Nature just has the better of the options.
Yep, there's some of those things are just out of your control. We just got to deal with it. But I do think the golf course is coming around. So here in a few more weeks, I think a lot of these areas will be filled in. So we're looking forward to another great summer here at Bellefonte.
Bellefonte is a unique place because your membership just hands the golf course over for a week. And, I mean, that's such a unique thing to have. And it says how special of an event it is for this to continue now in its 43rd year.
Yes, 43 years. I've been here for 21 of them. So I've seen how things have changed. Operations, everything, how things have done through the years. Things have changed from year to year, but hopefully we can continue this and hit that 50 mark.
Yes, for sure. That would be certainly a good one to get.
There's a signature hole there, number 15 there.
Yeah, such a beautiful hole, and that pin placement, it just says, "Come and get me," and it's just sitting there waiting to take you to the dry cleaners. Yep. And your big thing, need to stay under that hole. But you've got to be careful about throwing too much spin in there on it, because, again, you'll drag that ball right back down the hillside.
Yep. And I think the boys are playing a little bit farther back today.
Yeah, they're playing back about 171, 172 today. So good ball right here. This one's going to settle in nicely.
There it goes.
Yeah, just keep rolling in there. That's somebody that has an idea of how to play this hole.
Yep.
That was a beautiful shot there at 15.
I'm not sure what the greens are rolling, but I think Mark was trying to get them to 9.5, 10. You can't get it faster than that because of 15 and 2.
Yeah.
You get faster than 9.5 or 10. It's just.
I know he said he started the week at 9.5. He said he was trying to keep them around 10 through by the time we got through the week. He wanted a progression.
Yep.
But I think they've been able to certainly do that, and hat tip to his entire crew for what they've done this week of taking care of this golf course. It's been a remarkable job.
Yes, for sure. Yep. Hats off for the crew.
Yes. Well, Jeff, I will let you get after it. Greatly appreciate your time. Thank you for everything, too, for us this week. It's always a pleasure.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Bostic, Club Pro here at the Bellefonte Country Club. What a tee shot that we saw there at 15. Let me get back through my pictures here so I can identify who this gentleman was. That was our 820 shot. That was Mr. Jeffrey Kim. This is Hagen Lancaster now, Anthem, Arizona. 69 opening on 73 yesterday. Long and left. And he'll leave himself a significant, difficult putt coming back from that spot. All right, back to hole 5. This is Finn Johnson. And Johnson leaves that one just off the hole. Good run by him. Johnson playing with Lane Krotz and Cameron Tecked. That's Krotz squatting for his role there at the 5th. Cameron Tecked, long putt coming up the hill here at the 5th. Tecked with a good run, just leaves that one a little short, a tap in for what should be a par for him. And now Lane Krotz. 70-69 for his 2 rounds. He and Tech had started the day at 1 under, Johnson at 2 under. Faulkner has gotten to 12 under through 3 that he's posted. 2-stroke lead over Feng. Seth Barker still showing at 9 under, but we know he had a bogey at the 3rd. Jody Hahn is the outright leader for the ladies based off of the scores on the website. Meadow Tien 1 under. Adela Pulowski 3 under for the day. She's 2 over. All right, this is our 9 o'clock tee time. This is Sarah Voyko. And now Adeline Bailey. It was funny. I met Sarah on this hole earlier in the week, and she drove up, and I saw her golf bag and had her name on it. I said, do me a favor. I said, pronounce your last name for me so I'll make sure that I get it correctly. And she said, I said, okay, it's exactly what I had. I just wanted to make it. The only reason I recognize it, the first 4 letters, Voigt, there was a famous baseball catcher, Stephen Voigt. And I was like, okay, I'm hoping it's just put the 2 pieces together and it doesn't do anything special. So when I saw that, I was like, okay, I think we're good here. So Adeline Bailey, 78-76 at the 12th. Again, this hole front left brings that left bunker in play. One place you don't want to be on this hole is right and long. All right, final player in this, Zishi Kokumi Wing out of Toronto, Ontario, Canada. 79 opening round, 74 opening round, 79 yesterday. The girls playing 166. The boys, they've got to push all the way back. Really good swing there by Wang. Here again, another look at the 12th. Those 2 bunkers up at the green. The right, a very deep, sharply sloping downhill, side hill lie on the right side. Left, more of a flatter bunker, but you're short-sided. So, again, the trees back there, you don't want to be left and long. This is our 750 grouping. Will Jones, Zachary Lowe, and Armand Osterman. This is Osterman, senior out of Fairfax, Virginia, from the fairway of the 18th. Soft little, probably a 56. Wanting it to sit down, it does, but brought that one well past the pin. So Will Jones out of Rowan County, senior for the Vikings out of Moorhead, Kentucky. Opening day 73, 70 yesterday. And Jones just outside the bunker, but short-sided. Jones with soft hands right here. Got to get this one down quick. Perfect. He's going to like the way this one ends up. Beautiful shot there by Will Jones. So he'll tap in for his par at the 18th. Now Zachary Lowe. I believe we're going to get Osterman first. He's got that lengthy putt coming across the 18th. Let's go back to 6. Again, this is the position of where they are. They're down over that embankment, so it's a blind shot coming back up to the hill on a severely sloped green. There's a false front on the front of the 6th green. So what you see there that looks like the front of the green, that's where the break happens, and then it goes down, and then that hillside slopes down to where that hill comes to. So anything that lands short, it just funnels it back down to that collection area, some 35, 40 yards from the green. Pin for today's pin placement, 16 on, 7 deep. So back left. Again, you go long on this one, you're in trouble. That one's out of the bunker on the right hand or the right-hand side, just past the pond. And that was one of the things I was talking about on that hole. If you try to cut that corner and you don't make it, you get put in that collection bunker, and then you're bringing in a big number. All right, back to the 5th. This is our group of Waylon Klutz, Colin McLeod, and Carson Nicholas. That was the putt of Waylon Klutz, 69-68, his opening 2 rounds. Now Colin McLeod. 63 opening round, 4 over 74 yesterday to fall out of contention. All right, back to 6. This is our leader group and Cindy Yon. Yon 3 over for the day, 6 over par for the tournament. Brings that one long and over the back of the green. Back to 18. Zachary Lowe runs that one past. So our group for 750, Will Jones, Zachary Lowe, and Armand Osterman closes out their final round. All right, back to 6 in our group of leaders for the ladies. Pulowski's given one back. She's now 3 off the pace behind Jody Hahn, who shows even through 3. Now Meadow-Tian coming back up the hill here at the 6th. Tian with a good roll. Very nice touch there by Meadow-Tian at the 6th. Now Cindy Yon from behind the green, and then Jody Hahn just from the collar. Good thing with Yon here, this is an uphill lie, so she can really elevate this ball and try to get it to set softly. You do not want to run this ball past the pin, though. It'll start gaining speed, and you could roll this thing all the way down the hillside. Soft hands, you got to trust your – this is all the times you practice this shot. You got to trust it right here. got a little bit too much of a check on it, but not a bad effort from that effort. All right, Seth Barker out at 5 from off the left of the green. He was over on the 6 tee box. He finds the green, and it'll stay on the dance floor. Nice shot there by Seth Barker. All right, now down in front, Rahel Fang. These are, I would assume, these are their drives. Again, hole 5, not overly long. So I would imagine these are both second shots coming up for these two players. Fang gets this one to check. It'll roll out, and he'll have a nice birdie roll coming up there. Fang again at even par on the day. And now our leader, Brady Faulkner. Faulkner won off the tournament record for the event at 13 under, held by Cameron Phillips. 63, 66, 68. Phillips did back in 2024 in his championship win. Faulkner 63, 66. Can he follow Phillips to 68? Or go lower and get the record? More importantly, though, he's still chasing down a title. Again, it's been a 3-horse race coming into this day between Faulkner, Fang, and Barker. They separated themselves some 6 shots at least from the 4th place of Lane Krotz and Waylon Klutz. Klutz, McLeod, and Nicholas all trailing by 6 strokes from 3rd coming into the final day. All right, back to 6, Middleton at the 6th. What I believe would be a par putt here. Nice putt there by Meadow. So over to the 7th, they will go for the par 3. Their second par 3 of the front 9. Let's take a look at hole 7 while they head over that way. Hole 7 playing 160-ish for the ladies. All carry. 3 bunkers left. The one bunker that used to be on the right there, though, on your screen, that has been taken out. Pin placement today, front right. All right, back to 5. Birdie putts coming up for our boys' leaders. This is Seth Barker. Barker looking to try to get something going. A bogey at 3, but got a birdie back at 4, so he's back at 9 under. Leaves this one just off the left edge of the hole, so Barker will tap in for a par at the 5th. Fang coming up the slope, and then trying to get himself one off the lead. So Fang for a birdie roll here to get within one of the lead. Good roll, needed it to go, though. So Fang will tap in for a par. And now Brady Faulkner with a chance to extend his lead and get to 13 under. Faulkner misses a birdie roll. All right, so our girls' leaders at 7 are on the dance floor, so 3 birdie rolls coming up out there. Let's go to 8. This is Audrey Yang. Sunnyvale, California, 77 first round. Bettered at 10 strokes, going 367 yesterday to get herself in the second from last group going out this morning. And now, this is Pulowski. We need to keep a close eye on her. She's trying to make a surge up the leaderboard. All right, out to 7. Unfortunately, we lost our connection with our camera out there on the back side of the course. We need to keep an eye on Pulowski as she's working her way through the course because she is making a run. There is your current leader of Jody Hahn. She has not posted any scores, though, since playing through the 3rd. But all 3 of these putts at the 7th are for birdie. Current leaderboard shows Hahn at even par, Tian at 1 over. She's 3 over on the day. She went bogey to start her tournament. And excuse me, Tian went double bogey to start her tournament. So she had a double bogey at the 2nd. Pulowski, eagle 1, birdie 4, bogey 6. Hahn gave 1 back at the 2nd as well. Cindy Yon has given 3 back this morning with a bogey at 2 and a double bogey at 4. This for birdie at the 7th. Started the day off in 3rd place. That's a good roll for Cindy Yon. She'll be able to finish that one out for a par. And now Jody Hahn trying to get back to red figures. And she'll have a lengthy birdie putt coming up here to get to 1 under. Really good roll there. Falls in the cup. And Jody Hahn from long distance dials up a birdie at 7. Got a fist pump from her competitor and good friend Meadow Tian after that one. Let's take a look at that one again as Meadow Tian lines up their putt. Such perfect speed. Leaves it right at the front of the hole. And just trickles in. All right, Meadow Tian now for birdie putt to match Jody Hahn. And Tian cannot get it to fall. So Hahn's going to move up in the lead. And she's starting to separate from Meadow Tian. All right, out to 18 we go. What color, though? All black. Okay. So Hahn just moved to, we believe, even par. She was 1 over coming into that hole. This is our 8 o'clock group coming up 8. This is Amari Batista, Hudson Odom, and Iman Chen. Odom put one down yesterday for an ace over at the 15th. His third shot at the 18th. Rolls this one through. He'll have a lengthy putt coming back down the hill for a par. Mari Batista there in the yellow and Iman Chen in the white. Iman 4 over today, 7 over for the tournament, 71-72 his first 2 rounds. Batista's putt, or excuse me, Odom's putt rolls through, and he'll give one back at the 18th. Mari Batista, 71-72. Trying to close out his round at Bellefonte with a good putt at 18. And it looks like a good one, and it is. Batista walks it in with confidence, and a good finish for him at the 18th. Now Iman Chen. Chen, a tricky little 10-footer here. Chen leaves this one underneath the hole. All right, we're going to bring you some highlights from yesterday, take a quick break so my crews can grab a quick lunch, and then we'll get you back out for live coverage as our girls are coming up the front 9, coming toward 9. So we'll get you all the coverage from that as we continue our live coverage on the final day of the 2026 AJGA Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior presented by Encova Insurance on the Ram Sports Network.
Whoa, easy on that trigger, partner.
Are you talking to me?
Ranger Rodney here, looking out for your wallet.
You gonna put in them rewards?
Rewards?
Hot doggies, give me that.
What in the Pixar?
You know, Clark's Rewards. Save on gas, get free stuff. There you go, partner.
Gets them every time.
Rewards. Got it.
Clark's Rewards. Return, refresh, refuel.
Since 1985, CW Services has been a leader in offering electrical engineering, construction, automation, project management, and fiber optic services. CW Services have prided themselves in being that one-stop shop, being able to help a customer from design to go live. They have worked from coast to coast, from small project to extremely large project, and are happy to talk to you about performing these services for you. For more information or to begin the bid process, visit them at cw.services. Bellefonte Country Club is recognized as one of the premier country clubs in eastern Kentucky. Founded in 1921, the club prides itself in providing best in pride amenities and services. The club features a restaurant, pool, and a challenging and beautifully maintained 18-hole golf course with zoysia fairways and bent grass greens. The practice facilities feature a driving range as well as putting and chipping greens. The club also offers several pickleball courts for the pickleball enthusiasts. For more information, go to bellefontecc.com. The Bellefonte Country Club, proud host of the Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance.
Trust is something earned, not given. For over 90 years, KFB has built trust in your community. We believe our neighborhood is our responsibility. Through our quality service, innovative products, and local decision-making, we are committed to your financial success. Better financials lead to a better life, all with the Better Bank headquartered in Boyd County and serving the tri-state. KFB, the bank you trust and the community you love.
Welcome back to the 2026 AJGA Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance at the beautiful Bellefonte Country Club here in Ashland, Kentucky. There is your girls' leader, Jody Hahn. We'll check our leaderboard here in just a moment after we finish up with our putts. This is the 8th hole back on the backside of the golf course. We believe both Hahn and Tien are 1 over par. Hahn finishes that one out there at the 8th. All right, out to 14. This is the group of Kokomi Wang, Adeline Bailey, and that's Sarah Voyko. Here from behind the green at 14. So we were just told that Tien is 1 over, Hahn is 1 under, and Cindy Yon is 7 over. And then we'll keep an eye on Adela Pawlowski, who has made a run this morning. She's a 2 under, coming up 9. Adeline Bailey, junior out of Mississippi. Right to left her here at 14. Nice looking putt. Just does not fall over for her. All right, out to 6 for our boys leader. Brady Faulkner now at 13 under par. Birdies at 1 and 4. Par at 5. Had birdie runs at 5, all 3 of the guys. Now a 3-stroke lead over Rahil Feng. Seth Barker at 9 under. He's even on the day. 1 birdie, 1 bogey. Hole 6 again, that false front. Pin placement 16 on 7 from the left. Again, this is not a hole that you want to go long on. It severely slopes straight off the backside of the green, and then it leaves you short-sided. And the green slopes down toward that false front and then falls completely off and then goes down into that collection area that you can see there from the mound behind Feng to his right. That's where that slopes downward and goes back down into that collection area. Here's Feng for birdie. Just lips off the outer edge. Now Seth Barker trying to get something going. 4 off the lead now, as Faulkner has given himself a little bit of breathing room. Hole 6 for the boys. Second hardest hole yesterday. It was the 14th hardest hole in the opening round. Played it almost a half a stroke over par. And the big thing for the boys is that you can't get overly aggressive with this hole because of where your tee placement is. You cannot cut the corner. You cut the corner, and if you miss anything, you are just handcuffed. Nice roll there by Seth Barker at 6. So you pretty much have to go with a layup toward the bunker and leave yourself a short to a long middle iron, probably something between a 9-iron up coming back into that green, depending on where you are. But you don't want to run it through because you do, and you'll go right into the bunker that's sitting there waiting on you. Faulkner with a nice roll there at the 6. Now Feng to clean things up as they head over to the par 3 7th. All right, let's go down to hole 11. This is the par 4, the short par 4. So at the 11th, again, this hole is very drivable for the boys. For the girls, their tee shot, they're going to leave themselves a short iron, probably a wedge to a, somewhere between a 52 to a 48, somewhere in there. The pin location for this one is the front right. While we wait for them to get up there, let's go out to the 18th hole. This is the grouping of Lancaster, Gao, and Kim. That's Johnson Gao in the red, chipping short of the green. Want this one right at about the collar. Just like that. Very nice shot there by Johnson Gow. Now from off the green as well, Jeffrey Kim. This one he has a little bit more room to work with from that area he is. Probably that little dark patch just past the fringe of the green. That's where his aiming point is. Got a little bit too hefty, but still not a bad shot. It did get it to check up nicely for him. And now Hagen Lancaster. Lancaster, a freshman out of Anthem, Arizona. 69 opening, around 73 yesterday. Lancaster 5 over for today. Let's go back out to 11. Nice putt coming up the hill there at the 11th. This is our 940 grouping of Jessica Zhao, Grace Kim, and Jinhan Jiang. All right, back to 18. We'll go back out to 11 for those putts in just a moment. A good finish there at the 18th. And Hagen Lancaster. So Lancaster and Gow to finish out here at the 18th. After these, we'll go out to 7 for our girls' leaders. Okay, out to 7. No, excuse me, our boys' leaders. My mistake. So Seth Barker. Faulkner has given one back. He's now at 12 under after a bogey 6. At 6, I should say. So now Faulkner. Hole 7. Par 3. Faulkner staring one down. Now Reho Feng. So Barker is long, Faulkner on the green, and now Feng. So our boys leaders away at the 7th. And he's in the rough. All right, out to 15 now. This is the group of Sarah Voitko. She's walking off to the right-hand side there in the rough. Voitko wants to land this one on that little white patch off the edge of the elbow of Adeline Bailey right there. That's her aiming spot. At least that's where I would think the aiming spot would be for this shot. That's all the way through. It's such a difficult hole because, again, there is no room for error whatsoever on that hole. And if you get it too much, unfortunately, like right there, that ball pulls all the way through. And that is nothing against any golfer. That is just the way this hole is constructed. It gets the better of some of the best golfers that come through here. All right, now Wang from nearly the same location, but in the shorter cut. And I would go to that same location. That little white spot just at the corner of the fringe. There in that top right-hand corner of the green. Sit it there and let it take rolling and try to stop it. That's going to play nicely. Really nice shot by Kokomi Wang. All right, out to hole 9 now, our girls leaders. The wind's starting to pick up again. Okay, we're not 100% certain if these are birdie putts or not. So Cindy Yon. Ninth hole today, playing 27 paces on that 32-yard green, 6 off the right, that far back right corner. We'll do a flyover of 9 here after we finish these putts. Really good roll there by Cindy Yon. See if she can use that to spark her round going to the back 9. So now our current leader, Jody Hahn. And Hahn drops that one in for what may have been a birdie, which would take her to 2 under. Now Meadow Tian 1 over par through 8. Jody Hahn trying to pull away and find some separation. The 2-time winner, Meadow Tian, slides that one past the hole at 9. And that's going to allow Jody Hahn to extend. Let's go back to 7 now for the boys. That is your leader, Brady Faulkner. Faulkner, 12 under par, 1 under the tournament record for 36 holes. Or, excuse me, for 54 holes after getting the tie of the 36-hole record yesterday Finished at 11 under par for the 2 rounds. Get all the scores across the bottom of your screen. If you see a player that does not have a number beside their name on the right-hand side, they've missed the cut. So that's the reason their scores have been removed. All right, Brady Faulkner for a birdie at the 7th to get to 13 under. Long roll across and a little bit of work left to do for a par as he and his good friend Seth Barker play high school golf against each other. Have a quick word as they're walking up to mark their putts. Now Ray Hofang. We'll start to bring Adela Pawlowski back into the coverage as we get to the back 9, as she is in 3rd place. But 3 over par. But Jody Hahn is trying to run away with this as she's going to make the turn, looks like, under par. Believe her score is going to be at 2 under. We'll check it here in just a moment. So now Faulkner for a finish for a par at the 7th. And he will get it. So our boys leaders away at the 7th. Let's go to the 11th now. This is our 950 group. Eva Lim, Maggie Hu, and Ana Hilda Castillo Corvido. Corvido in the ball that's off the green, holding the putter up there. Pin high, so not a bad shot for her. So that'll be a birdie roll for her. Then this is going to be Maggie Hu from the front of the green for a long roll at birdie at the 11th. 11 paces on, 7 from the right. Needs to go, and not a bad run there from that distance, though, for Maggie Hu. Now Corvido. Junior out of Howey in the Hills, Florida. 76 first round, 71 yesterday. Trying to bend this one in for a birdie, but it won't go. So a tap in for Corvido at the 11th. And now Eva Lim. A long birdie roll for her at the 11th. You can stay with us throughout the entire event. We'll bring you the trophy presentation. We'll talk with our champions as we crown a champion, probably about 2.5 hours here in the 43rd annual Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance. All right, Lim, 75 opening round, 71 yesterday for birdie at the 11th. just off the left edge. So Lamb will tap that in for a par. And now Who to finish out her par as well. So our boys are starting to make the turn for our leader groups. Our leaders back on number 8, and we'll have them in just a moment as well. All right, out to number 10 now. We go with our leaders for the ladies. Sorry, I didn't know he was gone. This is Meadow T in from under the tree. It's going to be a long iron, so she should be able to keep this one down low and be able to run it toward the green. She is now 5 off of the lead after a double bogey at 9. So she's gone bogey 1, double bogey 4, double bogey 9. She's 5 over for the round and 5 behind Jody Hahn, who sits at 2 under par. And she's just punching this one out and trying to get it into play. So that's her second shot. She'll have that left for her third, trying to get something going on the back 9. Back to 14. This is the group of Lois Lee, Van Katesh, and Ziyao Ho. And we'll go back to 10 now. Cindy Yon. Yon pulling a fairway wood, trying to go for it as close as she can in 2, and she's going to trickle into the bunker up on the right side. So Hahn in the bunker in at the 10th, and now your leader of Jody Hahn. Hahn a birdie at the 10th on day 1, par yesterday. Again, this is one she wants to find that narrow little opening, land it short, and let it trickle on. Gets a good hop. May be home in 2. Out to 15. And we are confirmed Jody Hahn is home in 2 at the 10th. So your current leader putting for eagle out at hole number 10, trying to extend her 5-stroke lead. Our ladies group clear at the 15th as our leaders have made the turn. Now we got one putt. She wants the putter, wants the pin in. It was something that happened back during COVID was you had the option there. Getting down low, taps in there in the teal blue shirt. You had the option of starting to leave the pin in. You didn't have to pull the pin to putt. And some kids just, they were so used to doing that. That's what they went with. So putting here is Miles Green, senior out of LaGrange, Kentucky, just outside of Louisville. Nice putt by him to finish out at the 18th. And now Raymond Rebel. So, guys, we're going to have a little bit of a break in the action here in just a moment. We've had a medical emergency out on the golf course, and the emergency crews are working with the person that's being affected. So they are holding the groups. It happened back between holes 8 and 9. So we're going to have a lull here as our girls groups are out in front, but our boys are being held up coming up 9. So we'll have a break here that we'll have some players not making their turn. So, but hat tip to our medical crew on staff. They were promptly to the person. We had a person back there that actually was able to alert us that someone was having a medical emergency, so we were able to immediately contact the emergency officials, and the medical staff was able to get back there quickly as well. So we get ready to go back out to number 10. I might take a stop at 15, I'm told. Hat tip to our entire crew today. My executive producer, Trey Collier, our executive director, Jeff Irwin, producer out on the course, Felicia Collier, our camera operator, Sarah Irwin, Rachel Irwin, Brock Stewart, Philip Roark, and our on-course camera moving out and about has been Brady Mason. All right, Lois Lee, Mound, Texas. Nope. We go out to 10. Metal teeing from the bunker. That was her third shot, so that right there will be for birdie. Hahn did not get home, so she's just short. All right, we'll go back to 11. This is Poloski. Poloski showing now at 4 over par, 1 under for the day, out at the 11th. A chip up here for her shot toward the green. And Poloski sits it in there tight. So a birdie opportunity coming for Poloski. But can anybody chase down Jody Hahn? Hahn at 2 under through 9. Only player in red figures. Aubrey Yang lining up her putt here at the 11th. Being told play has resumed back at the 8th hole for the boys. All right, back to the 10th and Meadow Teeing. Teeing needs to get something going in a hurry here. The putter's just not working today. 5 over for her round after going 67, 3 under par yesterday. So Teeing will putt in for a par after getting in trouble off of the tee at the 10th. So Jody Hahn with an opportunity here for a birdie. Came up just short of getting on the green in 2. Chip to that spot that you see there. First, we'll get Cindy Yan. That'll give this one a roll. Pretty straightforward putt here for Yan. I would expect her to be aggressive on this one. And burned it past the hole, though. So a left, about 3 foot left for a par putt for her. Now Hahn for a birdie 4, at the 10th. That would get her to 3 under par. And would give her at least, for what we believe, what we're seeing from our sheet, We give her a 6-shot lead over Middletian, in which she trailed by 1 coming into today's event. Didn't hit it. So a frustration tap in there by Jody Hahn as she feels like that she missed an easy birdie putt that would have given her a 6-stroke lead with 8 to play. Now Cindy Yon to finish out her putt for par at the 10th. And a nice finish for Yon. All right, back to the 8th hole, and we pick up the group of, this is Finn Johnson, Lane Krotz, and Cameron Tecked. So we've got, you can see back up the fairway there on your left, we've got a large collection of golfers waiting up there. There's 2 groups waiting to tee off at 8. So Finn Johnson, Krotz, and Tecked will get going now from the green. Then you've got Waylon Klutz, Colin McLeod, and Carson Nicholas, followed by Brady Faulkner, Ray Ho Fang, and Seth Barker. So some opportunity for the boys to kind of relax and stretch out a little bit. It looked like the first group there of Klutz, McLeod, and Nicholas are away from the tee. And they should pick up pace pretty quickly. This is Lane Krotz, I believe. No, it is not. I'm sorry. I need to see the hat. Krotz is in the blue and the white hat. Johnson is the one facing there on the right, the lefty. All right, back to 15 quickly for a bunker shot off to the left side. This is left that one well short, and a lengthy par putt coming up for Shayu Huh. Looks like Lois Lee is on the dance floor on the right side, and Venkatesh will be down on the left with Huh. And now Joe, excuse me. The Z's get me every time. Joe out of Fremont, California, class of 2030. 73 opening round, 71 day 2. Looks this one down and looks like it's on the dance floor nicely. All right, back to 8. This is the group of Waylon Klutz, McLeod, and Nicholas. So this will be Waylon Klutz from just off the green at the par 4 8th. Trying to get really soft with it, just a little bit too much finesse, but again, short-sighted in that position. You don't want to do anything to let that thing roll through the green and then take you all the way across it. Lane Crotch lining up a lengthy putt from the back edge of the green, going back down toward that front left pin location. We'll get a flyover of 8 here, too, in just a moment. Very unique hole. Go in. Nice roll there by Lane Crotch. Senior out of Cramerton, North Carolina. Drops in what we believe to be a bird at the 8th. Here's your flyover. Again, left and right trees. It's the driving range that's over to the left. And there's a lot of balls that do wind up over in the fairway of number 8. Only 337, so tee shots for the boys are usually on that upslope between the two trees if they stay straight. This is an uphill side hill lie, so it goes left to right. Then you get the one bunker right that is not in play today. If you end up over there, it's a big miss hit. You've got a lot of room around this green, and again, as we said, front left hole location. So anything past those two trees off to the left leaves you short-sighted if you do bail out left. There's your girls' leaders out at the 11th, getting ready for their trips to the green, and that one nearly chipped in. That was, I believe, Jody Hahn that nearly gone in for an eagle with a chip up at 2. Jody Hahn has something special working today. A 5-stroke lead over her best friend, Middletian. Only player for the ladies in red figures. Boy, how big would that have been for Jody Hahn if that ball would have gone in and extended that lead almost to a point of insurmountable for the other ladies around her. Hahn trying to ride an ink here on the back 9. Cindy Yon looking at her putt. Let's see if we get, I believe we're going to get Meadow Tian first, though. Tian's got to get something going. This will be a birdie run for her. Tian par on day 2, a bogey yesterday at the 11th. Needs that one to go, and it's just going to slip underneath. So Tian a par at the 11th, and Hahn with a birdie putt to extend the lead to 6. First, Cindy Yon with a birdie run of her own. Again, the one thing you get from the ladies when they play out here, again, they don't hit the ball overly long. And that's exactly what you need to do on this golf course. They're so precise with their placements. They put themselves in good positions, and that's why you see the ladies be able to come out here and score well. Jan with a firm putt and fires this one past the hole some 3 feet. So Jody Hahn trying to get to 2 under for the day, 3 under for the tournament for a 6-stroke lead with 7 to play. And Hahn does so. She steps that one in with a quick grab of the ball out of the cup. That's a birdie grab. So now Jan to finish out her spot here at the 11th. We'll go to 12 as soon as Jan puts her putt down for the group of Adela Poloski. Jan slips that one past. So Jan will give one back with a 3-putt out to 12 now. A nice roll coming up off that right side. That was from Isabella Joe. And now Poloski. Which I would believe this to be for par. Okay, this is par. Pelosi's going to give one back at the 12th. All right, let's go on over to 8. Back to our boys. And Ray Feng. Feng has dropped back, given a shot back today. He's back at 9 under now. 1 over for his round this afternoon. Faulkner at 12 under after giving one back at the 6. A really nice roll there by Feng. So this is our leaders group of Faulkner, Feng, and Barker. Barker squatting, looking for the putt. Here at the 8th, short par 4 for the boys, playing 335 yards. All carry, though, with that side hill lie. Makes it a somewhat difficult. It's one of those holes, if you're comfortable with your driver, just grab it and go. Don't try to bring other ideas in. Just rip it up through there and hit a nice little short chip shot into the green. Wants this one to bend back. Looks good and just goes over the cup. Seth Barker gave it a great run. I thought that ball was for sure going to go down. And we've seen so many putts today. That's where she's been. The sign was late getting it updated. So Faulkner to tap in out at the 8th, as our boys leader will come to the 9th in just a moment. First, Seth Barker, graduating senior out of Richmond, Kentucky. He taps in for his finish. And now Ray Hofang. Four unders in the leader, in the clubhouse, by Rebel for 4th. But again, everybody's looking up at the 3 that was in the lead group. Out to the 13th, Adela Poloski. Sharp dog leg right. We'll do the flyover here in just a moment. Those 2 trees that's right there below the word girls. That's kind of your aiming point. Trying to cut that little corner. This one's going to roll through. She'll still have a good look probably from that side of the thing. She'll have a good look at the green. Now Isabella Joe. It's been very cool today compared to the first 2 days, and it has been very comfortable. Go to 12, then we'll do a flyover when we come back. Okay, back to 12. This is our leader of Jody Hahn. Out at the par 3. 5-stroke lead at the moment for Hahn. That ball, I think it might have gone long. Here's 13, as we were talking about earlier. That bunker out there at the 170 mark. That kind of be between that 150, 170 mark. That's kind of where your aim point is. Some of the guys will try to bend it on around the corner there and get you up in between 100, 110 yards or so. One bunker off to the right. Pin placement today at the 13th, middle right. So that bunker does come into play. You've got a lot of room if you bail out, though, to go to the right to work or on the left. It's a pretty open area to work. You just don't want to go far right and lose yourself over on that edge. Over to the 9th now, and our boys' leader of Brady Faulkner. Faulkner, a 3-stroke lead after the lengthy delay out at the 8th and 9th. 8th green, 9th hole for a medical emergency for one of the workers. Kudos to our on-staff crew for getting out quickly and attending to that person, not a player, a person, and was able to get medical attention to them quickly and resume play. So, again, there's so many moving parts behind the scenes that you just don't know that's actually happening until you are a part of everything that's going on. And, I mean, this is a well-oiled machine that has so many moving parts behind the scenes that looks like it's from a rust bucket from 1930 at times. But on the surface, it looks like everything's running just as smooth as it can be. And that's when you have a group that understands their objective and finds a way to get to that objective, however that may be. And again, I can't say enough about the entire crew for the AJGA. All right, so looks like Faulkner was going with a wood. Fang is not, so he's going to go ahead and hit it, waiting on the group in front of him so that he kind of keeps play moving along. So Fang will go with an iron at the 9th. And now Faulkner will come back out with a driver. And that's just trying to make sure you keep pace of play moving. You know, if you're worried about hitting into the group and a guy behind you is going to hit iron, let them go ahead and hit. All right, over to 12. This is a bunker shot from that right bunker. And sends that one all the way across the backside of the bunker. All right, back out to 9 now, Seth Barker. And then we'll go back to 12 for our ladies leaders. And Cindy Yons got herself into a world of hurt out at the 12th.
On 13, got a player that's across the cart path close to a tree. She wants an option to play it left-handed, which is not her natural position. And if she does that, she'll be standing on the cart path. What's her relief from that point? And if she does that, is she able to switch back and play it right-handed? That's her question.
Copy that. It's a good question. So first off, if she's just trying to play the left-handed, would that be a reasonable way for her to play this golf ball? If the tree wasn't there, if anything wasn't there, or I guess not the tree, but if the cart path were not there, would the playing left-handed be a reasonable option for her at the moment?
Try to get to 13. This is where this is right here.
Even in play, then being able to hit it left-handed would be an option.
Copy. So with that being said, then yes, we would be able to take relief from the cart path, beginning from that version of using the left-handed stance. You'd find your nearest point of relief from that point, and then measure out 1 club length and get the drop in place there. Once we then get the drop in place, she can play from there any direction, any stance style that she would like.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so they're a live ruling out at the 13th. That's the group of Poloski. And the situation, and that might have been from her tee shot, that we had her ball that was up near a tree could not take a right-handed swing, but she could take a left-handed swing, but the left-handed swing put her on the cart path. So from that measurement, that then allowed her relief because of standing on the cart path. She then may take her relief, then from that point may turn back around and hit right-handed. So a great job by her, first off, of whichever player that was, to think outside the box to see that they had that option available. And then 2, listening to our tournament director, Matthew O'Connell, to make that ruling and explain to our rules official out on the golf course of how things were going to roll through. So we look at the putts at the 15th. All right, back to 13. Here is our relief being taken. This is Aubrey Yang that had the relief question. So again, when she took the relief, thinking of the left-handed stance, that was going to put her on that cart path. So then that allowed her to get relief, which she took, and then allowed her to turn back around and hit the ball right-handed. And that's just understanding the rules. Now, the position that she's going to have, though, she's still going to have a very tough shot to navigate through these trees. The smartest play for her, depending on what she's trying to do with this, if she's got an opening between that grouping of trees, she can try to hit a low runner and try to run it up to the green. If not, I would just go straight up the cart path and go up to the 14th tee box and then chip over. 13 today, playing almost middle. 11 on, 9 from the right side. Pin placement dead in the middle, front to back of a 22-yard green. So Aubrey Yang. And she just pokes this one out. So we'll see where she went as fair play from there. It looked like she took a very safe option and just tried to get herself back out in the middle of the fairway. All right, we're out at the 9th now. That was our leader, Brady Faulkner, and some frustration from him after the hit. As you can see, kind of smacked the club off the ground. Not happy with his result. So our boys leader coming up the 9th. Faulkner a 3-stroke lead over Barker and Fang. Again, it's been a 3-horse race for much of yesterday and into today. Okay, now the third shot of Aubrey Yang after the punch-out from the tree after the relief given. All right, back out to 15 for a tap in. All right, out to 9. This is Fang from the tee box at 7. Chipping over to the green, and this one's going to roll all the way through and down to the front edge of the green. So Reho Fang with some trouble at the 9th. There, though, we got Faulkner first. He's deep. He's gone long. The good point of him here, though, is he does have a lot of green, or does not have a lot of green to work with, excuse me. That pin placement back in that back corner, and he tried to fire that one into the hillside, was trying to get it to hit the hillside and kick up, and it did not. And unfortunately for him, that ball's going to roll all the way through, and Faulkner is in trouble at the 9th. All right, at the 13th now. This is Cindy Yon. All right, back to 9. 13 is a place that we try to get as best as we can, but the cell phone service out there is usually not great. And unfortunately, our camera operator, right about the time that Jan teed off, had a drop in his service there. So, we rely heavily on cellular service to get our stuff around the course for our workers that's moving. So, again, the layout of this golf course really is very welcoming to being able to do the broadcast the way we do, of having the opportunity to cover multiple holes from one location. So it makes it really nice from that. All right, Faulkner's chip is up, so he's going to give at least one back. He'll have that left for bogey here at the 9th. So Barker with an opportunity here to maybe get some back, as Faulkner's going to give at least one back before making the turn to head out on the final 9 here in the championship day of the 2026 Bluegrass Junior. Fang coming up the hill at the 9th. Needed a lot more on that one, as he'll have some work left to do. The work that goes into prepping for the tournament started well into last week. Getting things ready to go. Came out on Monday, shot some video of the qualifier, walked the course, played a little bit of golf while we were out here, just testing some holes, some of the bunker locations, some of the putts, just to try to get an idea of what the players were going to see. And Tuesday, the big setup, that's when we start getting everything out on the golf course, running cabling. We've probably got a better part of 2,000 feet of cable down on the ground for our camera locations and so forth. And then the start on Monday, it was an early morning for some of us as we, prepared to arrive at the golf course around at 7, only to find out when we got up early that morning that we were under a weather delay. We did not get our first group off until 10. We were on the air until nearly 8 that evening. Then an early day back on Thursday, and then this morning arrived at the golf course at 6:30 to make certain we could get on plenty enough time before the girls' leaders went off, and at 10. And I think we started around 9:30 this morning. And can't say enough about our entire staff here of all the work that they've done to make this a very, very great 3 days of golf. Happy that everyone has been able to tune in wherever you may be. I had one of the families I talked to that said they had family back home in the Philippines that was watching. All right, out to 18. Some of our ladies groups finishing up their round. All right, we're going to step out for a break. While we do so, let's take a look at our part 2 of our day 2 highlights, and then we'll come back and get you settled in for the back 9 as our boys are getting ready to make the turn here at Bellefonte Country Club. This is the 2026 AJGA Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance, and you're watching it on the Ram Sports Network.
Download our app today.
Whoa, easy on that trigger, partner.
Are you talking to me?
Ranger Rodney here, looking out for your wallet.
You gonna put in them rewards?
Rewards?
Hot doggies, give me that.
What in the Pixar?
You know, Clark's Rewards. Save on gas, get free stuff. There you go, partner.
Gets them every time.
Rewards. Got it.
Clark's Rewards. Return, refresh, refuel.
Since 1985, CW Services has been a leader in offering electrical engineering, construction, automation, project management, and fiber optic services. CW Services have prided themselves in being that one-stop shop, being able to help a customer from design to go live. They have worked from coast to coast, from small project to extremely large project. They're happy to talk to you about performing these services for you. For more information or to begin the bid process, visit them at cw.services. Bellefonte Country Club is recognized as one of the premier country clubs in eastern Kentucky. Founded in 1921, the club prides itself on providing best-in-pride amenities and services. The club features a restaurant, pool, and a challenging and beautifully maintained 18-hole golf course with zoysia fairways and bent grass greens. The practice facilities feature a driving range as well as putting and chipping greens. The club also offers several pickleball courts for the pickleball enthusiasts. For more information, go to bellefontecc.com. The Bellefonte Country Club, proud host of the Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Jr., presented by Encova Insurance.
Trust is something earned, not given. For over 90 years, KFB has built trust in your community. We believe our neighborhood is our responsibility. Through our quality service, innovative products, and local decision-making, we are committed to your financial success. Better financials lead to a better life, all with the Better Bank headquartered in Boyd County and serving the tri-state. KFB, the bank you trust and the community you love.
Back at the Bellefonte Country Club of the 2026 AJGA Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Jr. presented by Encova Insurance as we go to the 10th. This par 5, very gettable in 2 for the boys. Rahel Fang from the fairway. He and Seth Barker sitting side by side there. Brady Faulkner leading the field with a 3-stroke lead, but may have given at least one back, if not more, at the 9th. So Barker, Fang, and Faulkner, neither of those golfers have shown a score reported from the 9th hole. So I know that Faulkner gave at least one back. All right, out to our girls' leaders. There's Metal Tian. Jody Hahn with a 7-stroke lead. Birdies at 11 and 12. Tian can't get that one to go down. It has been a frustrating day for Metal Tian, who is 5 over in her round. Jody Hahn, 72 opening round, 67 yesterday. Had a bogey at 2, and all 3 players in this group 3-putted the second hole. But then has rolled off 4 birdies at 4 and 7, and then back-to-back on 11 and 12. I talked with her yesterday, and the one thing she said was I just have to play solid. Just don't try to do anything miraculous. Just be solid. She had a big birdie at 15 yesterday. Just kind of drifted in and then hit a really good shot in at 16 that she was able to get a birdie putt on there. She said course is really hard. She said a par on any hole is a good score. She started yesterday off with a birdie. She said it was so good to just settle herself with getting a shot like that. All right, so Han Tien and Jan are away as they head to the 14th now. Now we'll go up onto the 14th green. This is the group of Zhang, Joe, and Poloski. We were talking about finishing up the event, and somebody said, what are you looking forward to? I said, playing golf next week. I said, I've been watching golf all week, and I said, it's so frustrating. You sit here and watch one of the most beautiful courses in this area, and like, man, I'm ready to get the clubs out. Seth Barker is on the other side of the green at 10. He'll chip up. And now Rahel Fang from the bunker on the left side of 10. You could see that wind really howling back there in that back corner. Fang. Nice look there. Okay, Poloski has, we believe, gotten a par there at the 14th. All right, out to the 14th. That's Cindy Yon. And now your leader, Jody Hahn, with a 7-stroke lead for what we have posted at the moment on the website. Good ball by Hahn in the middle of the fairway. All right, back to 14. The 14th hole, back right, 17 paces on of a 23-pace deep green, 4 from the right. And what that brings in, we'll do a flyover of 14 here in a moment. You do not want to miss anything right. Fairways, green, everything right, and you don't want to go long. Barker gives it a good run there at the 14th and have that little bit to finish up. Some of the big hitters can go at a sizable drive at the 14th that leaves them a short pitch shot up to the green. Faulkner tried to knee that one in, and it won't fall. So a tap in for him there at the 10th. And now Rahel Fang. And a nice roll there by Fang. All right, back to the flyover of 14. This is what we were talking about. So you've got that collection bunker over on the right-hand side. You have trees up the left-hand side, and everything slopes from left to right. So the play is the line between the 58 and the 174 and the yardage markers over there. That's what you're looking for. There's that collection bunker that if you start right, and then those trees kind of cover up that right-hand bunker, and then you get a sharp drop-off on the back side of that green that takes you down toward 15. All right, out to 16. This is Cravito with the black leg sleeve on. But first, out off of the green. We'll see if it's going to be Lim or who. It's going to be Eva Lim. 71 yesterday, chipping from off the green at 16. 16, a left-hand shot. I will say this, and I don't know if we've just not had them today because we've been closely following the leaders, whatever. I thought the bunker on the left side of 17 or 16 today would have been just absolutely populated all day long. I've not heard anything about any bunker shots out of that bunker today. All right, back to 15. This is Poloski with a tee shot at the par 3. Again, where this pin location is, you want to be out to the right. And instead, she's going to trickle down, and I think the rake may have kept her out of the bunker. It looked like the rake caught the ball and stopped it from getting into the bunker. If not, Poloski is going to be in all kinds of trouble at the 15th. This is Joe. So 2 balls on the green. Poloski's over the hillside left down by the bunker. And now back to 14th. And Cindy Yon. Little chip shot there short of the 14th hole. Gets this one on the dance floor as it will release. There's the shot from her. So she'll have a birdie run at the 14th for Yon. Looks like Hahn has gone long. Okay, so we have an issue. Our camera is in the placement for – we don't move anything. Hang on. They should get free relief. Hang on just a second. I'm gonna do this live. Matthew O'Connell, please. Matthew, this is James. We have a rules question at hole number 14. Jody Hahn's ball is in line with our camera that is on the back of the green. Does she receive free relief, or do you need us to move our cameras?
If the camera is easily movable, yes. Otherwise, we can get her relief. I can get a rules official over there.
Thank you. We can do whatever works for her best.
Way do you want us to go with?
Whichever way she wants. If she wants.
It is basically, if the camera is easily movable, we will do that first. If not, then you're going to get the nearest point. Basically the nearest point of it. You you can choose, if it's a line of play thing, you can choose. But if it's just ball being laying there affected by it, you can just do the nearest point and then one clubbing from there.
Matthew, she has requested for the camera to be moved. We will move it live at the moment.
Copy, James. Thank you.
Thank you. There you go. Crew live on the other set. All right, so you can see where Jan landed down there on the backside. She's got a very tough pitch shot now here at the 14th with that pin placement. This one will roll all the way through, and she'll have a tough par putt coming back up. Well, we've had one other time since we've been doing the tournament out here that we had that situation, and again, the players are given the option, as our cameras are considered to be, they consider the play as immovable objects. So they give the player the option of taking free relief, and if we can move the camera like in that situation right there, it's just on a tripod, you can move it over. The player has the option. Do you want to take relief, or do you want the camera to be moved? There, Han wanted the camera to be moved, so we slid it over out of the way, no issues whatsoever. All right, Jan. Now with the putt. And snakes that one in there. Nice putt by Cindy Jan. And now a big par putt coming up here for our leader of Jody Hahn. On a 7-stroke lead. Clouds starting to break up somewhat. Some blue skies coming through, but the wind is howling as it has all week here. You're playing across the pond. What a putt that, just misses. Hahn thought that she had snaked it in there. She's going to give one back here at the 14th. And now they need a ruling down at the 15th. We need a ruling official at the 15th green, please. It helps when we have cameras all over the course.
Yes, sir.
So I believe the ball that is in question, this is going to be from Adela Poloski. And the question is that if the ball did stop at the rake, if this is the question, then what she has to do is before that rake can be moved, is the placement of the ball has to be marked so that she knows where the ball is supposed to go. All right, let's listen in live here. This is the question here is, I believe it's the rake that is in question. Yes, the ball is there, so she can move the ball. Now she can move the rake.
Logan to Jordan.
Okay. Now she's good to go. And the reason she didn't have to do a drop there was because the situation is that where that ball was is that she had to move an object that was impeding her ball. So at that point, there was no issues with having to place the ball. You were allowed to mark, replace the ball, and you put the ball back in a similar lie that was there. You can't better your lie. But she's going to have a very tough stance here. Trying to keep that back foot right on the edge of the lip of the bunker. And this is going to be a tough shot. And she's just going to chip it up and go with it. And she keeps it on the green, so a nice shot there by Poloski. All right, back to our boys leaders at 11. This the drivable par 4. So this is Reho Feng. This putt will not do a whole lot. Maybe half a hole outside the cup. Just left it out a little bit too little. So Faulkner now coming back up the slope at the 11th. Faulkner's had some issues with bugs this week. He was getting ready to hit a putt yesterday at 18 and looked like something stung him or bit him or something on his leg. He was almost ready to go back for the putt and had to stop and swat it away from his leg. It's a big roll at the 11th, and it goes home. So Faulkner has gotten one back, at least maybe two, depending on where that ball was, if it was his tee shot or his second. But either way, the leader is going to pick up a shot here at the 11th as we go back to 15 for our girls' leaders, and this is Meadow-Tian. $150 yards for the ladies. It plays all over the water. Severe sloping green, right to left and down. Pin placement dead in the middle, but just off of the break. And Tian takes a safe route and a very nice ball there by her as she'll have about a 10-footer to go at it at 15. All right, back to our leader, Jody Hahn. Hahn with a birdie yesterday at the 15th, a par in round 1. On the green out to the left. It's going to settle up just to the edge of the collar, and she's going to have a very tough birdie putt coming up across the slope that you're going to have to start above the hole. And depending on how aggressive you get with it will depend on whether that ball stays or continues rolling down the hillside. Now Cindy Yan. Jan pars at the 15th. So 3 balls on the dance floor at the 15th. Really good job there by our 3 ladies in the leader group that started our final round. Out to the 12th, and Brady Faulkner. Judging by what Faulkner just did, I'm guessing he just went long. When you look down at the club, did I just grab the wrong club out of my bag? What happened? All right, now Seth Barker. Barker trying to curve one in from the left to the right. He doesn't look too pleased with his outcome. Now Ray Hofang. All right, out to 13. This is our 10-20 pairing. All right, back to 15. Here comes our ladies' leaders. Han in the red skirt, Tien beside her, and then Jan coming up behind. All right, back to 13 now, Finn Johnson. Johnson started the day 2 under par. Sits at 4 under par today through 12. A little too stiff on that one, and the southpaw will use the right-handed side of the putter, knock that one home. The steep push up 15. 3 birdie runs coming here for our ladies as we are coming down the home stretch in the 26 Bluegrass Junior here at Bellefonte. You know, interesting placement this year, something they've done up there by the natural resource sign. That used to be a lot of bushes that was up there, and they actually cleared that out, and they've tried to put stuff in there to get it to work, and it just doesn't seem like it wants to grow too well, so they've just put wildflowers up there and just mark that a no-play zone. So if the ball goes in there, it's immediate relief. We had a situation here 3 years ago where our boys' leader hit into that, wanted relief because of the sign. The sign was actually movable, so they took the sign down. He then elected to go back to the tee and re-tee, and this was when the tees were all the way in the back at 216. So he re-teed, fanned it out to the right, chipped over the green, and left with a 7, and also gave up the lead when he left the green on that play. So Han, has the longest of the putts, as she was down off of the front left edge, right at the collar. This is where I need my telestrator, so I can draw the line. This is a putt for Jody Hahn. Leave with 3. Make sure you leave with 3. Don't do anything here that puts you in position of getting a ball well away from the hole and bringing bogey into question. So this will be a birdie roll for Jody Hahn to get to 5 under. And that is a beautiful putt by our leader. And Jan trying to write some record books of her own on the ladies' side. She right now with 3 holes to play after she walks off the 15th, has a chance at the all-time tournament record for low score over the 3 days of the 54-hole event. So Athena Singh last year set the tournament record with a 2-under par. Singh went 70, 72, 66. Hahn 72, 67. And she's on pace for a 66 today, with a chance to get not only the championship, but doing it in record fashion. Meadow T and trying to snake that one in there and can't get it to go. And it's been that kind of a day for Meadow. What's going to be her final AJGA event? Unfortunately for her, it's not going to be the outcome that she had hoped for. Still finds herself in second place. But Jody Hahn has pulled away and is running away from the field. So Hahn for a par here at the 15th. She's not flirting with it. She's threatening to crush it. She's doubling up the tournament record, which was 2 under through 54 holes. She's at 4 under. So Hahn with 3 to play, well on her way to a championship here at the AJGA. So Peloski's group down at the 17th. She is away at the tee of 17. Let's see who's going next, whether it's going to be Yang or Joe. We have, but we can kick it in there again in a moment. Hahn looking for what would be her second win on the AJGA. Won the Adidas Juniors All-Star last year in August. Shooting a 207, 72, 66, 69 in that tournament. Has played in 2 tournaments this year. A third at the AJGA Junior at Geneva. A second at the Decatur Morgan County Tourism. 3-2-1. That would be her mark if she can hang on here today. And may do it in record fashion. So now Isabella Joe out of Fremont, California, 73-71 on her rounds, days 1 and 2. Trying to play this one way out to the right. And that's going to make that a very lengthy second shot on that blind uphill approach. Here's your flyover of 17. Again, as you go up that right-hand side, it's then making that hard bend. And then right there at the bend, it turns back into an uphill lie. Then you go into a blind shot into the 17th green, which today is 12 places on, 4 from the right, nearly almost in the middle of the green, but on that right-hand side, which brings that bunker into play. All right, we got players moving about the course, so we're going to step out for a quick break. We'll come back and continue our coverage on the 2026 AJGA Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance on the Ram Sports Network.
Download our app today.
Whoa, easy on that trigger, partner.
Are you talking to me?
Ranger Rodney here, looking out for your wallet.
You gonna put in them rewards?
Rewards?
Hot doggies, give me that.
What in the Pixar?
You know, Clark's Rewards. Save on gas, get free stuff. There you go, partner.
Gets them every time.
Rewards. Got it.
Clark's Rewards. Return, refresh, refuel.
Since 1985, CW Services has been a leader in offering electrical engineering, construction, automation, project management, and fiber optic services. CW Services have prided themselves in being that one-stop shop, being able to help a customer from design to go live. They have worked from coast to coast, from small project to extremely large project. They're happy to talk to you about performing these services for you. For more information or to begin the bid process, visit them at cw.services. Bellefonte Country Club is recognized as one of the premier country clubs in eastern Kentucky. Founded in 1921, the club prides itself on providing best-in-pride amenities and services. The club features a restaurant, pool, and a challenging and beautifully maintained 18-hole golf course with zoysia fairways and bent grass greens. The practice facilities feature a driving range as well as putting and chipping greens. The club also offers several pickleball courts for the pickleball enthusiasts. For more information, go to bellefontecc.com. The Bellefonte Country Club, proud host of the Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance.
Trust is something earned, not given. For over 90 years, KFB has built trust in your community. We believe our neighborhood is our responsibility. Through our quality service, innovative products, and local decision-making, we are committed to your financial success. Better financials lead to a better life. All with the Better Bank, headquartered in Boyd County and serving the tri-state. KFB, the bank you trust and the community you love.
Back to the 13th with Seth Barker. Pro shot at the par 4, 365 yard. Still lots of decision to be made with the boys' side of things, but on the girls' side, Jody Hahn is running away with the event and trying to do so in record-setting fashion. Hahn posting at 4 under for the tournament, 3 under for today. Doing some quick looking through the previous winners. There's only been 2 other times that a ladies champion has gone subpar rounds, and neither went back-to-back subpar rounds. Both were first round, third round. Emma Talley did it in 2010, 69 opening round, 73 on day 2, 69 on day 3, finished with a 211-1 over par. Leanne Harden did it in her last of 4 championships in 2000, 66 opening round, 75 day 2, 69 on day 3, even par. And last year's champion, Athena Singh, had an opening round even par 70, 2 over on day number 2, and then fired a 466 in the championship round. Faulkner away at the 15th. Oh, my mistake. I looked up and thought I saw him. I was going to say I thought. There we go. Okay. I was a group ahead. My mistake. This is Faulkner over at the 13th. 13 today, dead in the middle of that green. Out of the bunker. Needs it to stop. May have caught part of the cup as it came out. So Faulkner with that left over, as he is now posted at 13 under. Trying to write the record books for himself as well. Tied the 36-hole record yesterday at 11 under with Cam Phillips and Cody Gribble, and now trying to chase down Cam Phillips' 2004 record of 13. He had gotten to 13 at once today and then fell back. But birdies at 10 and 11. But he'll have a par putt at 13 to keep at that mark. He has played 14 through 18 bogey-free all week. Birdies both rounds at 14, a birdie yesterday at 15, a birdie at 17 on Wednesday, and a birdie both days at 18. First, Seth Barker. All right, there's your leader. This is Jody Hahn from off the left edge of the green. Hahn with a chip. Has a little bit left to go there, but we'll give her an opportunity for a par putt. We've got our cameras set up the way they're going right now. We've got kind of almost a live shot and then a little bit of a delay that we can immediately kick over to. It's like almost like a replay. I figured you liked that little tidbit. Yeah. You know, the interesting thing about Jody, she's played 2 tournaments this year. Her first one, she finished 3rd. The last one, she finished 2nd, trying to get number 1 right here today. All right, Jan rattles that one home. Now out to 15. Back to our boys we go. This is the group of Finn Johnson. Johnson from the bunker down there on the left of the 15th hole. He's got plenty of green to work with. The most difficult part of this is making certain you clear the hill. If you catch it too thin, you'll run it all the way across the green. That's a really nice bunker shot. Finn Johnson did that one to perfection. Kept it underneath the hole, got it over top of the lip of the bunker. Very nice job there, Finn Johnson. Our girls' leader, Jody Hahn, reaches in and grabs that one quickly as she heads off to 17. All right, out to the 14th now, and Seth Barker. 14 playing 361 yards for the boys. Let's see if he's – looks like he's got more of a draw back in. So he's going to start it out left, bring it back in right. Cam Phillips was a guy that he would start this one out over top of that bunker and then fade it back over to those trees on the left. Nearly drove it up to the green last time he played here in 24 when he played in that championship. Now Rahel Fang. All right, and Brady Faulkner. Faulkner, your boys' leader, a 4-stroke lead. Quick grab of the tee for our leader. He kind of goes back and eyeballs that one on that right-hand side. All right, back to 15 now. And Finn Johnson. Johnson nearly missed a great sand save as that one just comes off the underside, so he'll give one back there at the 15. Over to 17, our girls' leader, Jody Hahn. 2 holes away from a championship and trying to do it in record-setting fashion. She has given one back, but finds the fairway nicely at the 17th. Over to 15 now. This is the group of Klutz, McLeod, and Nicholas. Hahn gave one back at the 14th. A very nice shot in there, tied at 15. That tee shot there was from McLeod. This is Carson Nicholas. I moved the boys down on the lower level today. How about that? Little kiss action on the green at 15 as he hops it in and hits the ball of his playing partner. Now, the question that happens is, what happens if your ball moves? Well, you have the option. You can leave the ball where it is, or you can replace it. If it moves it farther away from the hole, you can replace it back to where it should have been. I would say he'll probably leave it right where it is. So now Klutz trying to follow. Goes over top. And pin hunting at the 15th for our second to last group. This is Poloski out of the fairway at 18. Tough pin placement tucked in on that left corner front side. And that one's probably going to filter down into the bunker. And Poloski will have a tough, short-sided bunker shot at 18 to finish out her round. Dell had a great start. Eagle 1, birdie 4. But since then, 6 bogeys, including 4 on the back 9. Back to 14. Brady Faulkner from off to the right side. This is going to be a tough shot to hold. Trying to play it way up in the air and get that soft landing. And that is a beautiful shot from our leader. All right, quickly back over to 17. Then we'll come back out and go out to Fang. This is Cindy Yon. Yon out to the left side of the 17th fairway. All right, now our leader, Jody Hahn, 3 under. There's that blind shot. And again, Hahn looked like she got out of that one very quickly. There's all kinds of trouble waiting up at 17. Bunkers both sides. You go long, you're in trouble because you've got an elevated green with a flat surface behind it. Pin tucked in tight on that right side, 12 paces on, 4 off the right. And now Meadow teeing. Meadow 5 over for today, 3 over for the tournament. Started the day with the lead. Started yesterday in second. Fired a 367. One of 3 ladies that fired 67s yesterday. And Meadows lost this one out to the left. All right, back to 18. Okay, being told the ball there by the pin, that's Adela Poloski's chip from the right beside the bunker, so that'll be her par putt. And Joe's going to get an idea of what she did, looks like. That's where she's lining up. And an Aubrey Yang back behind it. So Isabel Joe. Needs that one to sit. Okay, we're being told that Fang may have just rolled in a birdie out at 14. Let's go back to our boys out at 14. Here's Seth Barker out at 14. Just off the edge. We've seen so many putts today that have done that. And now our leader, Brady Faulkner. This should be for a birdie as well. Looks good, and it is. Faulkner snakes one in at 13 or at 14 to match the putt of Fang. All right, back to 17 now. Cindy Yon from just shy of the green. Leaves that one under the hole, so she'll have that left for par. And there's your leader of Jody Hahn from the bunker on the left side. Now, if you're going to be in the bunker on 17, this is the place to be. You've got a lot of green to work with on that front tight pin placement. Needs that one to sit. And that one trickles all the way through. Back to 18. Poloski's par putt at the 18th. And our day one leader concludes her round. She'll finish what looks like to be around a tie for fourth. Double check Faulkner. So Faulkner and Fang had birdies at 14, so Faulkner gets back to 13. Fang is at 11. And we go back to 15, and our leaders for the boys of Brady Faulkner. Boys playing about 175 yards today from that location. Faulkner throws a dart in at the pin, and he'll have about an 8-footer for birdie at 15. Faulkner has had birdies in all 3 days at 14 and trying to go back-to-back days with a birdie at 15. Now Reiho Fang, who has all of a sudden gotten back in the conversation. 3 birdies on the back 9. And he finds himself 2 out of the lead. And he goes at the pin, but loses this one down the hillside. It will check up and hold, but he'll have a much more difficult putt than that of Faulkner. Our final player through the 15th is the senior Seth Barker. Barker with pars all of his first 2 rounds at the 15th. Tries to split the difference. Spins it back down. 3 nice tee shots at the 15th. The hole is surrounded. So 3 birdie runs coming up. Back up to the 17th. This is Cindy Yon. Burns it off the left edge. So Yon will tap that in. Now Metal Tian. Nice putt there by Meadow. Back to 16 now. Finn Johnson. Putting from the fringe at the 16th. Johnson a tie for 7th, 3 under par. And now Lane Krotz will line one up across the green. Let's see if it's going to be him or Tech at first. 18, our leaders away. Jody Hahn didn't look too happy about the placement from there. So our final girls are away at the final hole here at Bellefonte Country Club. As the all right, back to 16 we go. This is Krotz. Leaves that one a little short. Now back to 18 and Meadowtian. Tian's final tee shot at the Bellefonte Country Club is away. And finally, Cindy Yon. $18 for the ladies yesterday. 10th hardest hole on the golf course, playing at a 4.34. Played at a 4.57 on Wednesday as the third hardest hole. Jan taking this one out to the right, trying to bring it back in to the left. All right, back to 15. Birdie putts for our leader. We'll start first with Rahel Feng. He's got the longest of the three. All three of these will be birdie runs. Feng will have a tough putt coming up the slope, left to right. And about where Seth Barker just stepped across, that's about where he wants to aim to get this ball above the hole enough to come and feed down to the hole. Never got it above the hole. Not a bad run there from that location, though, for Rahel Feng. So a tap-in par for him. And now Seth Barker with a birdie run from above the hole. Feng would have loved to have gotten that one to go home to put the pressure on Faulkner, who has a birdie run as well, to extend the lead to 3. Tricky putt here for Barker as he'll come down the slope. And if you get too aggressive with this ball, he'll roll it all the way down to where Brady Faulkner is standing. And you could see there, that was defensive golf at its best. That is saying I am going to take a 3 and keep myself in contention for second. So a good finish there for Seth Barker. So now can our leader extend and move to 14 under par with a birdie at the 15th? A par here Wednesday, a birdie yesterday. Faulkner for 14 under. Just burns it off the right edge. So pars for our leader boys group with 3 to play as they head to the 16th. Now to the 18th. And our final ladies group coming up, 18. Jody Hahn looking for her second career AJGA tournament victory, looking for her first this season. She's played in 2 other tournaments, a 3rd place finish in her first, a 2nd in the last, and trying to get her first win here at Bellefonte. And if she can hold suit, may do it in record scoring fashion. Trying to come at that tight pin location on the left. Gets it to check, but it's going to roll all the way through. So a long birdie roll will be presented for our leader, and just some formalities for a championship. But the question is, can she do it in record-setting fashion? Now Meadow and Cindy are off on the left side of the fairway of 18. Looks like Cindy's going to line up her shot first. This is a tougher angle at this pin with that front side green bunker on the left of that tight front left pin position. That's not a bad effort from that angle. It takes the bunker out of play. She will have a good roll coming back across the green, but not a bad shot there by Cindy Yon. Now the seasoned veteran of Meadow Tian. Tian, a two-time champion here, came up just short of the three-peat last year, falling to Athena Singh. Certainly was hoping for a better final round. And what will be her final AJGA event before she heads off to play college golf for the University of Illinois. Meadow's such a great young girl. I've followed her out here for the last 3 years, and just the talking to her first year when she won, and then talking to her this week throughout the event, and how much she's blossomed and grown, and the way that she carries herself, the way that she speaks, such just amazing to watch the maturation of someone like her, and certainly excited to see what she can do at the next level. All right, so our three ladies are greenside at the final hole of the 26 Bluegrass Junior. Jody Hahn currently at 2 under. That would tie her for the low tournament overall score that was set by Athena Singh last year. Singh shot a 208 2 under par, 70 on the first day, 72 second day, 66 on day 3. Hahn went 72 67. And trying to be the first player in tournament history to fire back-to-back closing round subpar rounds, and only the third player in tournament history to put 2 subpar rounds together over the 54-hole event. How big would this be if Hahn could rattle one home for the record? Again, yesterday, she gave one back at the 18th. Had a par on day number 1. Today, two bogeys, one at 2 and a 3-putt, and then another one at 14. 4 birdies in the middle of that, 4, 7, 11, and 12. So Cindy Yon first. And it's just a formality here for Jody Hahn of whether it's going to be a championship in the record books or just the championship. Hahn kind of had her round spiral out of control early in the day. Has been scrambling since. That's a very good effort from her, and she'll leave 18 with a par for her final day. Meadow Tian lining up what she wants to have. She'll be off to the far right. And now our leader for the record. To get to 3 under. Brings it down the hillside. It's going to come up short. She'll have a tap-in par. That will tie her for the lowest 54-hole total at 2 under, set by Athena Singh last year. But Jody Hahn is going to be your 2026 AJGA Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior champion, as she fires back-to-back subpar rounds, the first ever to do it over the final 2 days over the event, and only the third in tournament history on the ladies' side to go 2 rounds in red. Emma Talley did it in 2010. Leanne Harden did it in 2000. And in 2026, Jody Hahn is going to put her name in the record books. Formalities for the ladies, letting the champion have her moment. And for the first time this season, and only the second time in her career on the AJGA, Jody Hahn, a tap-in par for the 2026 champion here at the Bellefonte Country Club. And there's your champion, Jody Hahn, your 2026 AJGA Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior champion. Hugs by all there at the 18th. But a record-setting round by Hahn, as she will tie the overall total set by Athena Singh last year with a 208, 2 under par, as she goes subpar in the second and third rounds to take the championship. We will have the championship presentation in just a little bit. We've got to get our boys to the finish line first, and we've got a lot left to go to decide. Out to 16 now, Rahel Feng, trying to make a run at Faulkner. Again, we'll have the trophy presentation, and we'll also have interviews with both the boys and girls champions. All right, now over to Seth Barker. Barker out to the left. This is actually a good angle for him to come in at this green. Looks like he did not find the dance floor. And then Brady Faulkner right dead smack in the middle. Faulkner with a chance to tuck one in tight here at 16, and if he does just that. So Faulkner for a chance to get to 14. He's in a tie for the tournament record at 13 under, set by Cam Phillips 2 years ago, with 3 rounds in the 60s. And Faulkner has been extremely efficient in the closing holes. Birdies, at 18 on both days. Also had a birdie in the first round at 17. Has gone par at the 16th. But giving himself a look at birdie as Rahel Feng trying to chase him down, but running out of holes of golf to do so with. Feng had a slow start this morning, a 2 over 37 on the front 9. Turned it around with 3 birdies at 10, 13, and 14. And then narrowly missed a birdie at 15 for his 3rd in a row. And now he's short-sided off the green in a very tight chip shot here at the 16th. Looks like Seth Barker has flown the green tremendously. So Barker coming from across the cart path down towards 17. And here's the question. Are we going to see somebody in the boys here try to challenge and go through the trees at 17 and take a big shot up the line of 18 for an opening at 17? So Barker from across the cart path going down to the 17th tee box from behind the green at 16. Floats this one up, needs it to hoe down. Another look at it from the other side. You can just see the speed of those greens have gone up, up, up throughout the 3-day event. Now, Rahul Feng from off the green. And he just absolutely got that one way too thin. And Feng, another look at it from this angle. Caught it way too hard. And pushes that one well through the green. Again, I want to give a big shout out to our graphics company, New Blue, based out in California, has helped us with all of our graphics that we have had for the event. Again, we're beta testing their new product, and this is the first time that it's been seen to the public this week. We had some issues on Wednesday, some stuff not working the way we wanted to. Got those fixed, had another one pop up yesterday, got that fixed, and today everything has run very nicely. We have found some other issues of things that need to be addressed, but that's part of being a beta tester. And but Daniel Evelyn is my lead engineer that I work with from that company that we have been on the phone tirelessly over the last 3 days working on stuff. The problem is I'm on the East Coast, he's on the West Coast. So usually I'm talking to him toward the end of the evening, which is 8, 9 o'clock his time, which is close to midnight my time. By the time that I can get a chance to get settled up and get with him and so forth. So, but can't say enough about all of their efforts to put this product together and get it out to us so we can use it in this golf tournament. It just went live yesterday, but this is the first group in public that has been using this golf style leaderboard style, and it has been awesome. Fang for par at the 16th. Doesn't get it there, and he's going to give one back. And that gives Brady Faulkner some breathing room down the stretch here coming to the 17th. And an 18th hole in which he has dominated over the first 2 rounds. So now Seth Barker, after going over the green at the approach of 16, now coming back through the green. This will be for his par putt. Burns that one past the cup, and he'll give one back here at the 16th. Another look at it from green side. Just past the hole. So we're waiting for the official scores to post for our girls leader. But Jody Hahn is your 2026 champion here at Bellefonte. The boys with 2 holes to go. Starting to see the gathering around 18 as the boys make their way through 17 and coming back up 18. It was really cool a couple of years ago whenever Cam Phillips was the guy in contention, a local kid, played here locally and went on to play at the University of Kentucky this past season. But there was a huge collection of people out around 18. Golf carts everywhere, people standing elbow to elbow. It was a really cool thing to see. And seeing a very nice grouping of people over around 18 starting to gather. So Seth Barker's already down at the 17th. He's going to go ahead with the iron. Again, only 325 yards, but a hard dog leg left and then playing uphill. So it adds at least another club on your approach. And then depending on what that wind is doing out there at 17, we'll see if we can get a report from Brady whenever he gets down there with them of what the wind is doing on that second shot at 17. Girls' scores have posted final, and Jody Hahn has tied the record. 2 under for the tournament. That ties last year's winner of Athena Singh. (72, 67, 69). Only the third golfer in tournament history to post 2 sub-70 scores, and the first ever in history to do it over the last 2 rounds. Now Rahel Fang. Three iron plays off the tee at 17. And we'll give you a look of what the approach shot's going to be like as they get down there to the basin of 17. Let's go over to 18 now. So our final groups playing their way up to the 18th tee or fairway and into the green. Ben Johnson lining up his last approach shot. Again, a great thanks to all of our wonderful sponsors, natural resource partners, Encova Insurance, CW Services, Ramaco, Kentucky Farmers Bank, and Bellefonte Country Club. And all the great people here for Bellefonte Country Club. What an approach shot there by Finn Johnson. Give me another look at that one. I thought he was going to roll that one in. Played this one perfectly. Got that first hop just short of the collar, about 3 feet, and then narrowly runs it past the cup. What an approach shot, Finn Johnson. So he'll have that left for birdie. So just being told that they have a stiff wind of around 8 to 10 miles an hour in the face of the golfers on their second shots coming up 17. Playing a little bit right to left also. So already having to grab probably an extra club to get up the hill, and probably about another club and a half. Again, 17 is almost dead in the middle, but only 4 paces on that right side. Safe shot of 17, go find the middle of the green and take 2 putts. I would say that will be the play for Mr. Faulkner. Fang is going to have to do something spectacular down the stretch to chase him down. Faulkner is at 12 under after a bogey at 16. Fang at 11 under, but has not posted since the 14th hole. Trying to give that one a run from the back of the green. So Fang is 2 off the mark. He's 2 behind at 10 under, we're being told. So Faulkner with a 2-stroke lead going to a second shot at 17. So Fang is most certainly going to need birdie to get a chance to run down Faulkner, who has birdied 18 on both of the first 2 rounds. it snakes through there. All right, back over to 17. Ray Hofang. He got two clubs out there trying to make a decision on what he wants. He is on the upslope here. Should be able to put some spin on this one, find the green, and make it stop. Hitting into a strong wind into the face. Fang away at 17 on his approach to the green. All right, now Seth Barker. Barker right on the edge of the fairway. Has a tough angle coming in over that bunker from the right corner to try to find the green. All right, back to 18. Finn Johnson to putt out. Looking for a bird here at the 18th to finish out his round. That would get him in a tie for sixth at 3 under par. And he does so. Finn Johnson, a birdie at 18. He'll get in a tie for sixth with Chen. All right, back to 18 in the fairway now. This is the group of Klutz, McLeod, and Nichols. From off to the right, under the tree, trying to hit a low runner and get it to come. Not a bad effort from that angle. Leave him a little pitch shot from in front of the green. All right, now McLeod first, I believe. Or are we going to get... Nope, looks like Klutz will go. Oh, excuse me, that's Nichols. It's hard to see whether the color of the shirt. Let's see the white hat, though. All right, over to 17 first. This is Fang. Missing the green on his approach. Again, needing birdie, or some help from Faulkner down the stretch as he's 2 off the lead. And he's giving him a shot right here. So a short tap in for par for him at the 17th. Barker has gone long and right. And then we'll check the marking of Faulkner as soon as we get a chance. Faulkner is on. There we go. There he is on the green. Faulkner up the hill at 17. Again, playing safe golf, knowing what he needs down the stretch. So he'll take a 2-stroke lead after tapping in for his par on a hole that he's had 2 birdies on over the first 2 rounds. Now Seth Barker for a birdie off the green just on the fringe up next to the collar. You can stay with us after we finish live coverage on the course. We will have the trophy presentation and interviews with both the boys and girls champion as we wrap up the 43rd edition of the 2026 AJGA Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior presented by Encova Insurance. Again, we have a little bit of a lull between the endings of the boys and the girls because we had a stoppage due to a medical emergency that happened out on the golf course back on hole 8 and 9. It was 8 green 9 tee box by one of the workers. So they had to hold up the 3 boys groups. There was 1 on the green and 2 waiting to hit from the tee box. So that separated the boys and girls by about 2 holes. And that's kind of why we have the lull that we have here right now. Nice putt there for Barker for par. So Barker trying to hang on to third, and looks like he's got himself into a good position to do so. Just never has gotten anything going in the right direction. Started the day at 9 under. Bogey at 3, birdie at 4, and then bogeys at 13 and 16. It's been a mixed bag of tricks for Brady Faulkner today. 5 birdies, 4 bogeys. But he's done enough to keep himself in contention, and a birdie at 18 will tie him for the low 54-hole record held by Cam Phillips. With 3 rounds in the 60s. And the funny thing is that if he does so, he would match Cameron Phillips' mark exactly, 63, 66, 68. So Faulkner drops in his final putt at 17. He's got a 2-stroke lead headed to the 18th. So here's your final leaderboard for the girls. Jody Hahn is your 2026 champion. She goes subpar as the only, let me verify this. She was one of 2 subpar rounds today. Her and Lois Lee, 69s. Lee finishes 6th today at 9 over par. Meadow Tian comes up short as she finishes 3 over for the round, 1 over for the tournament. Audrey Yang at 7 over. And Hilda Crivado made a nice surge there late. She got into a tie with Adela Pulaski for 4th. Lois Lee in at 6th. Eva Lim at 11 with Maggie Hu and Isabella Joe tied for 7th at 11 over. All right, the tee shot of our leader, Brady Faulkner, at 18. 389-yard par 4. Likes it, takes another look. Likes it, picks it up. You can read the body language from the tee pickup. You quickly pick up a tee, you got what you liked. And he wanted to make sure that he didn't get the roll that he didn't want. Now Rahel Feng. Feng put in a spectacular round yesterday. An 8 under 62 to tie the low round of the tournament that was posted back in 2017 from Kelvin Lim. And Feng's lost this one to the right. Now the final tee shot from Seth Barker. Barker likes his. Our leaders are away as they make their approach to the 18th. Been a beautiful day here at the Bellefonte Country Club. Probably the most comfortable of all the days we've been here this week. It's been rather muggy and hot through every day out here from Monday. Had the storms that rolled in here on Wednesday morning that delayed us 3 hours. Yesterday, very sticky and hot. Temperatures feeling like they were up in the upper 90s. But today, it's been pleasant. Breezy, but pleasant. Our leaders walk up 18. Brady Faulkner started things off well. Shot a 7 under 63 on day number 1, only to be bettered by Rahel Fang with a 62 on day 2 for the low round of the tournament. But at the moment, he's 1 under for the day, 1 off of the tie for the tournament record of 13 under for the event. But barring a absolute meltdown and a hole out by Fang on his approach shot, you're looking at your 26 champion of Faulkner. Seth Barker out there to the left. Brady Faulkner right there next to the leaderboard, walking up that left edge. The gentleman behind him, that's one of our workers. That's Brady Mason, who's done a phenomenal job today out on the golf course. I told him, I said yesterday, I said, you better get ready for your steps. You're going to get a lot of them. And he certainly got them today. I have done that in this tournament before. Gone out and walked with the last day of the leaders before I moved over and took over the commentary of the event. And it's fun to be out there with the kids and get a chance to talk with them as they're playing and watch them as they play and follow them as they play. But I like this side of it too, of learning the kids as they've gone through the week. The notes on my page today, much fewer because I knew so many of the golfers just by looking at them and being able to tell who's who. So that's the part of this event. But a lot of fun coming out here every year, the first full week of June, bringing coverage here for this tournament. Our 4th year that my group has been out here doing this, first through the Ram Sports Network, but hopefully not the last. All right, so Fang off to the right of the fairway, but he should be okay to come at the green. In a pin placement near left. It's a big hop. That's going to be tough. Fing needed one more hop to keep that ball down. Instead, he got a big high hop. It looked like it hit a piece of concrete. So now Brady Faulkner from dead middle of the fairway. He's done everything else right. Stick one in here tight and go get a birdie and tie that record. That's what he's after here. Brings it in long, throws on the brakes, and gets a nice look. Really nice shot there by Brady Faulkner. So Faulkner will have a look at birdie and the record at 18. But a look over the will-be champion. First, Seth Barker. Barker playing that hop and played a little bit too far back, though. A walk-up 18 with Brady Faulkner, your tournament leader, 12 under par. A birdie run coming for a tie of the tournament record of 13 under. In which he would match Cameron Phillips' mark exactly. 66, 63, 66, 68 would be the mark. A par putt would leave him one short. But a remarkable round today by Faulkner as he has been all over the card. 5 birdies, 1 bogey or 5 birdies, 4 bogeys, excuse me, to get to 1 under par. Raheel Fang from way back on the green as he got that high hop. You see the contingents around the green, a good following of this group here for our boys championship. First, Seth Barker from off the green. Let's see if he'll go with. I would. This is exactly what I would do as well. I would roll the putter here. Too much that can go wrong if you try to chip. Now, the question is, again, that you have to look at is, what does the surface look like in front of where your ball is going? You don't want a ball to hop here. You get a ball that starts hopping through this collar before it gets up there to the green, and you'll lose your line and your speed. All right, this is Raheel Fang from off the far back corner of the green. A long birdie putt coming up for Fang, trying to get back to 11 under. Gives it a run and just comes up a little bit short. A remarkable run by Raheel Fang. That young man there knows from that putt, 2 putts from a championship. And you'll see more than likely Fang and Barker will go ahead and finish to get out of the way and give the stage to Faulkner. Seth Barker for birdie from off the green. Trying to get back to 8 under. A little bit of a hop there as it came through, and it's going to leave it short. Tough round today for Barker, who finishes at 2 over. So Faulkner to roll this in for the birdie. And unofficially, a tie for the record. No matter what, for the championship. Brady Faulkner for birdie. Faulkner comes up just a little bit short, but he'll have that left to finish up. And your 2026 champion is Brady Faulkner out of Louisville, Kentucky. 63, 66, 69. The class of 29 gentlemen will do, and a sigh of relief for Brady Faulkner. I thought he would have gone up and just, marked and had the chance, but he said, let's go ahead and get this out of the way. Seth Barker finishes up. Now Fang to put it in there, but we'll talk with him in just a moment as well. So Fang taps out. Congratulations to Brady Faulkner, your 2026 AJGA Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior Champion. Goes 12 under for the tournament. 3 rounds in the 60s. 63 on Wednesday, 66 yesterday. A 69, 1 under par today, as he'll win by 2 over Raheel Fang. So our second day leader holds up, and we get a champion from second place on the ladies, as Jody Hahn comes from behind her friend of Meadow Tian to win by 3, becoming only the 3rd lady in the tournament history to post sub-70 rounds in the 60s, and the first ever to do it in the last 2 rounds. So our champions will go over and sign in their scorecards And then they'll head over to the tent to get things ready for the trophy presentation and the ceremony. So what we're going to do now, we're going to take a break. We're going to do some adjustment of some cameras to get everything set up for the trophy presentation. And then we'll come back with the leaderboards, and then we'll go down and talk with both of our champions, Brady Faulkner and Jody Hahn, as we continue our coverage here on the Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance on the Ram Sports Network.
Download our app today.
Whoa, easy on that trigger, partner.
Are you talking to me?
Ranger Rodney here, looking out for your wallet.
You gonna put in them rewards?
Rewards?
Hot doggies, give me that.
What in the Pixar?
You know, Clark's Rewards. Save on gas, get free stuff. There you go, partner.
Gets them every time.
Rewards. Got it.
Clark's Rewards. Return, refresh, refuel.
Since 1985, CW Services has been a leader in offering electrical engineering, construction, automation, project management, and fiber optic services. CW Services have prided themselves in being that one-stop shop, being able to help a customer from design to go live. They have worked from coast to coast, from small project to extremely large project. They're happy to talk to you about performing these services for you. For more information or to begin the bid process, visit them at cw.services. Bellefonte Country Club is recognized as one of the premier country clubs in eastern Kentucky. Founded in 1921, the club prides itself on providing best-in-pride amenities and services. The club features a restaurant, pool, and a challenging and beautifully maintained 18-hole golf course with zoysia fairways and bent grass greens. The practice facilities feature a driving range as well as putting and chipping greens. The club also offers several pickleball courts for the pickleball enthusiasts. For more information, go to bellefontecc.com. The Bellefonte Country Club, proud host of the Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance.
Trust is something earned, not given. For over 90 years, KFB has built trust in your community. We believe our neighborhood is our responsibility. Through our quality service, innovative products, and local decision-making, we are committed to your financial success. Better financials lead to a better life. All with the Better Bank, headquartered in Boyd County and serving the tri-state. KFB, the bank you trust and the community you love.
You need to talk to Trey. I can see what he's doing. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
good. All right, join with Rayo Fang. Congratulations, first off, on a very good tournament.
Thank you.
Yesterday, 62. We talked yesterday. You said you got to the back nine, and all of a sudden you look down, you're 500. You're like, I got something special going. Today, you could see you had a lot of those putts that just simply didn't fall.
Yeah. I felt like I didn't hit them with enough speed on some of them. I just came just short.
Second place finish for you today. How is that for you in the grand scheme of especially the way that you made that surge yesterday with that 62?
Well, second place, I mean, that's pretty good. I was hoping to win, but sometimes, Brady, first of all, he played really well today, and it was just a little worse for me. I think it's fine. Happy with that.
You kind of stuck in neutral there in this part of the round, and all of a sudden you got the back nine. You started finding something, and how big would that putt been there at 15 if you could have got that with a down for birdie?
Yeah, I mean, it was just
had the putt coming back up the hill, left just short.
That one was a little offline. So, but if I made that, I think I would have been able to carry that momentum going on. But you can't make all of them.
Sure. How much do you take a finish like this to build on going into the summer of tournaments that you're going to go play in?
Yeah, well, it's great. I mean, this is one of the first tournaments of the summer. So if I can keep playing well, I consider I did pretty well this tournament. So if I can keep playing well this summer, hopefully I can do some good things.
Good job. Congratulations on your second place finish. Thank you. Check your 1 2 1 2 1 2. All right, join with Seth Barker. The round, obviously not what you wanted today, but again, the golf course, it protected itself very nicely today, especially with the wind.
Yeah, for sure.
What do you take away today? It was one of those you never could find that momentum to kind of springboard off of, like what you guys found yesterday.
It's just one of those rounds. You can't have them every day of the week, but I'm still happy that I had with this week for sure, going into the rest of the summer tournaments and going into college. Definitely momentum getter.
Yeah. How big is that? How big is a springboard from a tournament like this going into the summer and sport and going into college?
It's definitely a confidence booster, going this low and obviously not the last day, but definitely feels good and the swing's feeling good. So, yeah.
Spending your time out there in that final round with Brady, somebody you know very, very well. You guys play a lot of golf together. How special of a moment was that? And you get a chance to share that moment at 18.
It's pretty cool seeing somebody else from Kentucky high school golf to play with, and just felt like another high school tournament. So it's cool watching him go low, and I'm really happy for him.
Getting a chance today to play with someone that you're very familiar with, but on the other side, a new player that you're maybe not with, Rayo. How was that of sharing that bond with him and learning those bonds that continue to carry over for years to come?
That's what I love about AJGA tournaments is you meet people or kids from all over the world and see where they come from and how they different play styles. You know, it's really cool. So, yeah.
Good deal. Congratulations, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I don't think I just made some for this. Had a great time. It's been so much fun coming back out every year.
Obviously excited now to head off to Illinois and play some collegiate golf. How special a moment is that for you, getting to continue doing what you love but get to go to the college level?
Yeah, it's what I've always wanted to do. It's been, it's another step in my plan to be, pro after college, and I'm going to do the best I can to get as good as I can. Yeah.
For you, that a player that's kind of a safe in this, other golfers that are getting in a foundation for them to do.
Just trying to use every experience you can to grow and as an opportunity to learn something new. Every tournament is so special and different, and you'll definitely come back you'll have a lot of takeaways after it. It'll help you grow.
All right. Check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
We're going to start our award ceremony here. Thank everyone for coming out this week to the Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance. This is our 43rd year, and over the event. So want to start off by thanking Natural Resource Partners and Encova Insurance for being massive supporters of the event, and especially Jeff Conley and all the crew over there, Jay Perry, Michelle Townsend, and Barbara Conley, all of them for all they do year-round to help out with this event, making it possible. getting everybody around the community involved, getting the broadcast set up, everything from anything you can imagine. Jeff here and his crew over at NRP, they're massively involved and year round in trying to make this happen. So I want to give a round of applause to Jeff and all of them for being involved. And I want to thank the golf course staff here at Bellefonte Country Club, Jeff Bosick, the GM and the head pro, Alex Harris, the assistant pro, Mark Harper, the superintendent, all the crew here, making a very good competition golf course for us around here. Sorry, I'm watching my towels blow around right now. Making a great competition golf course, evolving throughout all the conditions this week, throughout all the weather, very competitive from both divisions there, and just great place to play and hold an event. So I just want to give a round of applause to them as well. And thank you again to all the volunteers. We have spotters in every hole, timers, water rovers everywhere, making sure people are hydrated. All the guest rules officials we had. It makes the event run so much smoother when we have all the support. I know a lot of the players really appreciated all the help as well. So thanking all the volunteers, guest rules officials, everything that helps us make an event and helps us move things along much more smooth. So again, one more round of applause for all those people. We're going to start off honoring our low final round award winners. These head covers. Okay. Girls division. I don't know if she stuck around or not, but we're going to first start off with from Flower Mound, Texas, 69, Lois Lee. We're going to get Lois her cover in an event soon. And then tied with her, also shooting 69 for the day, from Lewis Center, Ohio, Jody Hahn. And then I do believe our boy had to take off too. They had a long drive ahead of them. But for the boys division, low final round from Maryville, Tennessee, shooting 65 today, Raymond Rebel. Again, we'll get them their covers here and their awards they play today at a future event. And then moving on to a few special awards that we have here at this event, beginning with our Tom and Jerry Roof Award. This award is presented to those players who are recipients of the Robert Yancey Scholarship, which means they're within about a 100-mile radius of the golf course here, and we give out a scholarship. Finishers of those participants for the division from Moorhead, shooting 8 over tournament was Will Jones. And then also probably not here still, for the girls division from Cincinnati, Ohio, shooting plus 17 after yesterday's rounds, Ellie Hartung. On to our next one, the Tom and Pat Cooksey Award winner. It's we refer to as the Stay and Play Award. It's the players from the qualifier that qualified in from Monday and then finished best throughout the tournaments. One second as I turn over my paper. For our girls division, shooting 8 over for the tournament from Plain City, Ohio, Adela Palowski. And then for our boys division, shooting 1 under for the tournament from Beijing, China, Gendao Luo. Next one. And then for a very special award here we have this week, the Cameron Weiss Memorial Sportsmanship Award. A little bit of background information. So Bill and Mary Jo Thompson founded the Cameron Weiss Sportsmanship Award. Cameron was a Bellefonte Junior member and a next-door neighbor to the Thompsons who lived less than a mile away from Bellefonte Country Club. The trophy Mary Jo selected is that of an American bald eagle in flight. She chose this award to represent Cameron soaring high among fellow young golfers. This award is presented each year to an individual who the committee believes best exemplifies the sportsmanship traits found in Cameron. And this year's winner, voted on by some of the staff and the committee, from New Philadelphia, Ohio, Brady Evans. And on to our tournament results. Starting with the girls division here. The top 3 awards. So our third place finisher in the girls division, shooting a 7 over par for the tournament from Sunnyvale, California, Audrey Yang. Yes, sorry, Jeff. Yes. You can keep it. And our second place winner, shooting 1 over par for the week from Delaware, Ohio, Meadow Tien. And for our boys division, finishing in third place, shooting 7 under for the week from Richmond, Kentucky, Seth Barker. And second place in the boys division, shooting 10 under for the week, including tying the low tournament round in the history yesterday at 62. From Short Hills, New Jersey, Rahao Fang. And on to our champions. Beginning with our girls division, shooting rounds of 72, 67, 69, total 208, 2 under par, tying the tournament record that was set last year. From Lewis Center, Ohio, Jody Hahn. Thank you. Do you want to set that down? Use both. So we're going for the broadcast. This one's for
I just want to start by thanking my parents for supporting and believing in me endlessly. And also thank you to Bellefonte Country Club for hosting us for 43 years and continuing to be part of this amazing historic tournament. Also, thanks to Natural Resource Partners and Encova Insurance and all the other sponsors for making this tournament even possible. And thank you to AJGA for working tirelessly every single day this past week to make sure this tournament was the best it could be. And finally, thank you so much to all the volunteers who have made this tournament so memorable.
And now our boys division champion, shooting rounds of 63, 66, 69 for a total of 198, 12 under par for the week, and the only boy all week to be under par in all 3 rounds. From Louisville, Kentucky, Brady Faulkner.
one's for the speaker, this one's for the broadcast.
Okay. I just want to thank the AJGA and all the sponsors for making this tournament possible. And I want to thank the staff at Bellefonte Country Club for keeping the course in great condition. I also want to thank God and my family for giving me this opportunity. And that's it.
All right, that's going to conclude our award ceremony here today. If all of our award recipients could stick around and follow Nick and Armani here, we're going to do some pictures, and our champions, if they could stick around with our broadcast crew here, James, for some interviews as well. Thank you all again for coming out. We would love to see you all again in the future events. If this is your last year playing around here, thank you all for being here, and good luck with the future endeavors.
Champion Brady Faulkner, congratulations first off.
Thank you.
But take me back through your round today. I know we talked yesterday and you felt like there was a really clean round today. It was a bag of goodies, 5 birdies, 4 bogeys, but you was able to find enough down the stretch.
I started off good birding 1, and then I had a couple not great holes on the front 9, but I was able to keep my composure like the rest of the week.
The golf course today, how much different did it play as compared to those first 2 days?
I played a lot like yesterday, firm and fast, but it was tough today. It was definitely pretty windy.
For you coming up 18, did you have a number in your head before you got to that spot, and how big was it for you to have a 2-stroke lead coming at 18?
I saw about a 2-stroke lead on 17 green. I was like, I just need to make par probably here to get the win. So I did just that.
Most difficult tee shot you've ever had in your life coming up 18 there with that lead, or was you pretty much collected at that point with that 2-stroke lead after 17?
I had a lot of adrenaline. I was pretty nervous, but I was able to get going.
You have a chance for 3 birdies in a row at 18. You gave yourself a run, but you played conservative and played smart there not to put bogey in play. How big was that? Did you think birdie trying to get the record, or was you content with the championship?
I was content with the win and just try to put myself in a good spot to get the win.
Only golfer this week to go in red all 3 days. How big is that?
It's pretty big for the confidence, and going forward, I have a lot of confidence.
I know you told me yesterday that your game was really trending in the right direction. Do you feel like today, and especially this week, the way that you played is really kind of built on that to take it even further this summer?
My hard work's starting to pay off, and if I keep on doing it, then hopefully the same results will show.
All right, congratulations. Best of luck through your career, too, as well.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
You're very welcome. All right, with our ladies champion, Jody Holland. First off, congratulations on the victory.
Thank you.
We talked yesterday, and you said you felt like that you played under control. You were in control of your round. A bogey at 2 today and a 3-putt. You did that. Did that really kind of right your ship and kind of settle you down of understanding what you needed to do today? Because then you really it seems like things really got going for you.
Yeah, for sure. I think that bogey on 2 definitely wasn't something I had hoped for, but I think I just kind of blew it off. Was like, okay, we'll just move on to the next 12 holes. I mean, we still had 16 holes left to play, so just focus on my own game.
The back 9 for you was where you seemed like you settled in. What was it that got you going when you made the turn?
I think, well, obviously I had a bigger lead than I had the first couple of holes, and that really helped me calm my nerves, and it just made me realize just genuinely parring out the back 9 would probably be enough. And I think I had a couple birdies the first few holes of the back 9, and that really helped as well.
Going up 18 with the lead, it was the only question was, were you going to get to the record and hold it, or were you going to tie the record? Did that allow you just to play confident and calm and under control as you came up 18?
Yeah, for sure. I think having that lead was really helpful and just helping me maintain like just calmness and play my own game, and just a par would have won for sure, and that was just what I was aiming to do.
Putting your name in the record books, you did some special stuff today. You were the only player in the history of the tournament that has posted under par rounds in the last two rounds. You're the only third one that has done it under par for 2 rounds. How special is that for you coming into a tournament like this?
Well, I didn't even know that was a thing, but I mean, that's really cool. That's really cool. I think, yeah, this course is really challenging, and even like, I know I didn't play my best the first day, but I think 2 over par on this course is a pretty good score, honestly.
Yeah. Let's not short shift. You shot 2 under.
Yeah,
not 2 over.
Well, no, the first day.
Okay. Oh, yeah, the first day. Yeah. 2 under for the tournament, though.
Yes.
And that ties the tournament record shot by Athena Singh. When you think of this tournament especially, you think of names like Athena Singh, like a Middleton. How special is that for you to put your mark with those names?
I think, yeah, it's really special. I grew up playing with Meadow, and I've played a decent number of tournaments too with Athena, and they're always like just people I just wanted to be like, you know, just goals that I want to reach, and I think it's really nice to be able to win a tournament that they have as well.
Unique thing for you this year. You played 3 tournaments. You finished third, you finished second, and you get the victory. How big is it for you to get that victory after a couple of top 3 finishes?
Yeah, I was actually just thinking, like, this is my 3rd time this year going into the final round at 2nd place, and I just haven't quite done it yet, and I think being able to do that today was just really, really nice.
Congratulations on a great round, and best of luck through the rest of your year.
Thank you.
That's going to wrap us up for our coverage this week. It's been a fun trip out here at the Bellefonte Country Club for the 43rd annual Bluegrass Junior presented by Encova Insurance. A big thanks to all of our terrific sponsors all week long, all of our great crew, Trey Collier, Jeff Irwin, taking care of all the stuff back at Mission Control. Sarah Irwin, Brady Mason, Philip Roark, and Brock Stewart, they were the ones taking care of all the phenomenal pictures that you saw on your screen. Can't say enough about the great staff of the AJGA, Matthew O'Connell and his great staff, of course, Jay Perry and Jeff Conley with Natural Resource Partners. With the golf course here, Jeff Bostic, Mark Harper, everybody here with Bellefonte Country Club. Everything that happens is because of all those people that I just named off, which makes my job very, very easy. So one final time, that'll do it for us for the 43rd edition of the AJGA, Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance, live for the Bellefonte Country Club. All the great here with the Ram Sports Network. I'm James Collier saying so long and have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you for watching live coverage of the AJGA Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance at the Bellefonte Country Club in Ashland, Kentucky. This broadcast of the AJGA Natural Resource Partners Bluegrass Junior, presented by Encova Insurance, has been an exclusive sports presentation of the Ram Sports Network.